And we live. Hello. Okay, so I'm gonna be reading Stone Flower. It's a continuation. Okay, but before that, let's do our vocal warm-ups. Okay.
Right?
Mm, mm,
Tragedy, strategy, tragedies.
tragedy, tragedy.
Hello, hello, good morning to you. What do you like? What do you do? What do you do? Hey, it's Hadar. Today I'm going to share with you the ideal morning pronunciation practice.
Let's do it.
You want to think of it as a physical workout or a yoga practice that you do in the morning to get energized for the day, but also to build muscle. And this is
Yeah.
exactly the same thing, but in this case, we're talking about the articulation organs. You want to do that in the morning to set yourself up for pronunciation success, but also to build the muscles of your articulation organs like the tongue and the lips and the jaw. Now, I recommend doing it every single day so you're more in control of the sounds that don't exist in your native language, but it's also going to help you sound more clear in your native language as well. You can do it in the morning, but you can also do it before going into a meeting or before having an important speaking gig. Okay, let's get started. But before that, if you are new to my channel, then hi and welcome. And this is the place for you if you want to speak English with clarity, with confidence, and freedom. So be sure to subscribe and click the bell to get notifications so you don't miss out on any valuable lesson. Let's begin with massaging your jaw. It's always good to become aware and kind of like relax all unnecessary tension. We're going to start with that and end with that. There is a muscle here at the jaw hinge that connects between the upper jaw and the lower jaw, and usually we hold a lot of tension there. So I want you to massage it and kind of like try to release all the tension and maybe hum. We're also warming up the voice so you don't have the morning voice. And here, the cheeks, and again the jaw. Maybe move it around a little bit with your hands. Okay, a little more. Okay, good. Now we're gonna warm up the tongue. Let's begin by sticking the tongue out, and we're gonna move it to the right and then to the left. To the right. We're gonna do this 10 times. Okay, so right, right, left. Okay, now we're gonna stick the tongue out and bring it up and down. So stick it out, Keep doing it. I'm going to keep speaking. Again, push it out as if the tongue wants to come out of your mouth. 2 more. And very good. Now let's stick it out and bring it back in really fast 10 times. As far as you can. Okay, good. Let's release tension and blow your lips out. Okay, good. In the next exercise, we are going to clean the teeth with your tongue. So you want to move your tongue around. Keep doing it. Now, this is a really good exercise, especially before a meeting. So you make sure that you don't have green stuff or poppy seeds stuck between your teeth. I got you covered. Keep your lips closed. Good. Relax your lips. Good. Now we're going to use the tongue to massage the inside of the cheek as you're resisting the tongue with your cheek muscles. So take your tongue, the tip of the tongue, and push it against the inside of your left cheek while the cheek is actually resisting it. So you want to push against. You want your tongue to feel like it's fighting something as you're massaging it. And get to all the different places inside your mouth. And to the right. Good. And now let's do a trill to relax the tongue. For some of you, this is going to be really easy if you have the trilled R in your language. If you don't, you can just do another lip trill. And now we're going to do it while going up and down in pitch. Massage the jaw a bit more. Very, very good. You're starting to feel your mouth, to feel the tongue, which is good because we need the tongue to articulate the sounds, and to be able to do it clearly, we need to be in control of the tongue. Now we're going to warm up the lips. So push the lips forward as if you're pushing it for a kiss, an exaggerated one, and pull it to the sides. Forward. Now try to keep the cheeks out of the way, right? You don't want to go like this. Okay, you don't want to get used to engaging your cheeks when pulling the lips. Sometimes we need that to articulate some of the sounds, like the E and the A, and we want to be able to control these muscles. So just the lips, the corners of the mouth, and forward. One more time. Okay, very good. Make sure you're not holding tension in your shoulders.
Yep.
If you do, just tell your shoulders to relax. Tell your face to relax. Okay, good. Now we're gonna go into a few sounds. Let's start with the tip of the tongue consonants. Let's begin with the T sound. Ta 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 ta. Make sure it's just the tip of the tongue touching the upper palate. Ta 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 ta. Da 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 da. Na 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 na. La 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 la. Let's do it together. Ta 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 ta. Da 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 da. Make sure it's light. Na 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 na. La 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 la. Ta 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 ta. Da 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 da. Na 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 na. La 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 la. And now we're gonna move the tongue back a bit and switch between S and Z. Now we're gonna move on to consonants created with the lips. We're gonna start with a P sound where you bring the lips together and release air. P, 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 p. And then the voiced version of it. B, 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 b. And then we're gonna go to the nasal version of it. M, 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 m. P, 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 p. B, 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 b. M, 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 m. Again. P, 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 p. B, 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 b. M, 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 m. Let's add vowels to it. And we're gonna use the consonant M. M, m, my. M, m, my. M, m, my. So we're going into an I diphthong. You wanna drop your jaw and then raise the tongue for an E sound. My. And then we're gonna go into may. Okay? Now we're going into the A as in day diphthong, starting with an E, shifting into an E. May. Then we're gonna do a long O as in go. Mo. Good. The next diphthong is going to be moy. Oi as in toy. Moy. And finally, we're going to use the ow diphthong. Mow. Just like in mouse. Mow. So we're going to do all 5 of them, one after the other. mama my, mama may, mama mo, mama moy, mama mow. Let's do it again. Mama my, mama may, mama mo, mama moy, mama mow. One last time. Mama my, mama may, mama mo, mama moy, mama mow. Very good. Now we're going to move to the back of the mouth, pronouncing the k and g. From there, I want you to shift to the high E sound. G-g-gee. G-g-gee. So the tongue pulls back for the g, and then forward for the high E. G-g-gee. G-g-gee. And then k-k-key. K-k-key. Good. So let's do it a few times. G-g-gee. K-k-key. G-g-gee. K-k-key. And then from there, we're going to move on to the tense oo sound, a back open vowel sound. G-g-goo, g-g-goo, k-k-koo, k-k-koo, g-g-goo, k-k-koo, g-g-goo, k-k-koo. Make sure you push the lips forward for the oo sound. Let's do it two more times. G-g-goo, k-k-koo, g-g-goo, k-k-koo. Very good. And now I want you to yawn. Kind of like raise the soft palate by yawning. Good. And let's find the voice and bring the voice to the chest. Hello, hello, good morning. Hello, hello, good morning. So you want to bring your voice to the chest. Hello, hello, good morning to you. Hello, hello, good morning to you. And then let's bring the voice to the head. Hello, hello, good morning to you. Hello, hello, good morning to you. You want to feel the vibrations here? Maybe a little bit to your nose. Hello, hello, good morning to you. Hello, hello, good morning to you. Okay, let's move on to some tongue twisters. Let's start with my favorite, unique New York, unique New York, unique New York. Let's do it again. Unique, high oo, high e, unique New York, unique New York, unique New York. Let's say it again a little faster. Unique New York, unique New York, unique New York, unique New York. Now, as you're moving through the days, if you do it every single day, you'll see that it's a lot easier for you to say it faster. The next one is good blood, bad blood. Good blood, bad blood. The good has that back open as in book, cook, and look. And the blood has a cup sound. Good blood, good blood. I hope you can hear the difference. Bad blood. Here we have the as in cat, a forward front vowel. Bad blood. Good blood, 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 bad blood. The next one is tragedy, strategy. Tragedy, strategy. Ch, ra, j, d, strategy. Tragedy, strategy, 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 tragedy, strategy. Good. I used to confuse this one all of the time. Let's do some TH warm-ups. So let's start with just sticking the tongue out and pronouncing a voiced TH versus a voiceless TH. Now we're gonna work on transitions. N to TH. L to TH. You can also use the voiceless TH. Very good. And now STH. Make sure you stick the tongue out. The tongue is not too tight against the teeth, so the air comes out. Let's do it a few more times. Very good. Relax your lips. Release air. And massage your jaw again. Good. Very good. Finally, let's do some chunks. What do you? 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 What do you want? 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 What do you like? What do you like? What do you like? What do you like? What do you do? What do you do? What do you do? What do you do? What do you say? What do you say? What do you say? What do you say? Next one is going to go. Gonna go, gonna go, gonna go, gonna go, gonna go. Gonna go, gonna go, gonna go, gonna go, gonna go. I'm gonna go, I'm gonna go, I'm gonna go, I'm gonna go. She's gonna go, she's gonna go, she's gonna go, she's gonna go. I'm gonna go home, I'm gonna go home, I'm gonna go home, I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna go to the office, I'm gonna go to the office, I'm gonna go to the office, I'm gonna go to the office. Next one is could have. Could have, coulda, coulda, coulda. Coulda, 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 coulda. Notice that the D is really, really light. It sounds like a flap T, like a ra, like an R in Spanish. Ra, pero, coulda, coulda, coulda. I coulda, I coulda, I coulda. I coulda, I coulda, I coulda. I could have done that. I could have done that. I could have seen it. I could have seen it. I could have been there. I could have been there. I could have done it. I could have done it. I could have seen it. I could have seen it. I could have been there. I could have been there. Coulda, 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 coulda. Shoulda, 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 shoulda. Should have. Shoulda, 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 shoulda. Woulda, 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 woulda. Would have. Would have. Woulda, woulda, woulda. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Okay, that's it. To wrap it up, I want you to put your palm on your belly, one on your belly, one on your chest, and try to breathe into the hand that is on the belly. And breathe out. Close your eyes. Breathe in to your belly, not to your chest, and breathe out. And last time, and as you exhale, you can also release a sound. Breathe into your belly. Okay, that's it. As I said in the beginning, I recommend doing it every single day. And when you do, you will feel the improvement and how easier it is for you to articulate sounds in English and in your native language as well. Now, to make it fun and to hold each other accountable, every time you complete this exercise, write in the comments, done. So we know that you did it again today. Have a beautiful, beautiful day, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye.
Bye. Let us begin. Let us begin. Oh, it's a bit laggy. It's a bit laggy. Damn it. Okay. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Yo, imagine if people can watch this. Wow, it'll be amazing. I only have like I think 87 subscribers. So that means talking to the void. There's like no one here, no chats, no nothing. But it's good practice, This is how I learn. I'm learning from OBS, and yeah. Okay, and now prost. I'm reading The Stone Flower. The Farsons and the Cates took Sunday lunch with each other 2 or 3 times a year, and today the Cates were lunching with the Farsons at number 32 Park Lane. Both families were fully represented. David, Hilda, Michael, Margaret, and Rachel, Jack, and Marie Farson, and Jewel were all seated around the big table that looked out through the climbing vines in the conservatory to the terrace. They had eaten well. Turtle soup, sole, a baron of beef, grilled poussin for those who preferred it, a syllabub, then nuts. They had drunk hock and badiou and finished off with a Chateau d'Yquem. A coal fire burned in the ornate grate at the end of the room, for the spring day in 1898 was cold. The room was formal with dark panelling, but the walls were brightened by oil paintings and watercolors of Africa, including one specially commissioned by Jack, showing the winding gear and the slag heaps of the New Chance mine. Now the adults sat sipping port and cracking nuts. Jack had eaten and drunk heavily, and his face had a purple tinge. They had been talking, as they always talked now, about the brooding troubles in southern Africa. There was hardly a day when the London newspapers did not carry some story of mounting tension. Sorry. Jack gave himself another glass of port and said, "It's a pity Jameson made a mess of it. We'd have had the Transvaal in our pockets now, and all the gold as well. As it is, who's Jameson?" Margaret said. David looked at his daughter. She was a serious, plain girl with pimples on her face. "Don't interrupt," Hilda said, turning her heavy face towards Margaret. "It's all right," David said. "He's a friend of Mr. Rhodes. He led a rebellion in the Transvaal a couple of years ago." "Why?" "To take it away from the Boers." "Why?" "Because, well, because the Boers—" It was difficult to simplify. Jack broke in. "Because the Boers don't want us there, that's why." Michael cracked a nut. "Why should they?" he said. "It's their country." He turned away, coughing. "There you go again," his mother said. "It's the nut. A piece got caught in my throat." David looked at his son as he wiped his mouth. His mind went back to hot summer days in Kimberley when he used to take him by the hand and walk out towards the mine and show him the machinery. Once or twice he had taken him down in the steam lift and let him walk along the gloomy, clanking galleries. "Is it all ours?" the boy had said. "Most of it. Ours and Uncle Jack's." "And will it be mine one day?" "A lot of it." "Do you want to own a diamond mine?" "I don't know," he had said. Then he had been the image of what David himself had been as a child. short, sturdy, dark-haired, with sloping shoulders. He and David had gone everywhere together, for picnics at the Vaal River, to the music hall and the theatre and the horse races. David had taken him down to the Cape when he had bought the wine farm there, and they had walked on Table Mountain and swum in the sea at St. James. He remembered once taking the boy out to see Susan at Portuguese Place, and with the candor of childhood, Michael had looked at the house and said, "It's all broken." "It fell down," Susan had said, smiling. "We had a great rainstorm, and it fell down. You ask your father about the rainstorm. It's something he won't forget." "Aren't you going to build it up again?" "One day, perhaps, when someone strong comes out to help me." Later, Michael had said, "I like Aunt Susan. Why don't we go to see her more often?" "Would you like to?" "Yes. Tell me about the rainstorm." David had told him. After that, Michael went out to Portuguese Place whenever he could. It was where he got to know Jewel. She would often spend a week at a time with her grandmother, and Susan began to invite Michael as company for her. Right from the start, there was a special relationship between the two of them. "I love Jewel," he had said once when he was 8 years old. "Like?" Hilda had said sharply. "You don't know what love means." Hilda had been pregnant with Rachel then, and she was bloated and ugly. Michael had stood facing her with a frown, and he had said, "But I do love her. She's my friend." If anything, the relationship had become stronger over the years. Now, David looked down the table at Jules sitting next to her mother. She had always been an attractive child, but now she was blossoming into a real beauty. She had Marie's dark hair with her father's fair skin, and the effect was dramatic. Occasionally, her mother spoke to her and she leaned towards her, but David saw that her eyes always returned to Michael. Marie noticed this too. She didn't like Michael, David thought. In fact, it was doubtful if she liked the Cates as a family. She had never liked David, and the relationship between the two families was built on the partnership which Jack and David had forged all those years ago when, as two penniless adventurers, they had met on the road to Kimberley. He assumed Marie's hostility had to do with the diamond. He knew she still nagged Jack about it. "I'll tell you why the Bulls should give the Outlanders the vote," Jack said. "Because they're just farmers. What do they know about gold or big business? They haven't got the capital or the training to do anything themselves. They need the Outlanders to develop their country for them." David examined Jack as he was speaking. Who would recognize the craggy, red-haired sailor now? Then he had spoken with the grammar of the gutter. Now his diction had improved beyond measure. Marie had worked on him, David knew. But in other ways he had deteriorated. He was gross, balding, and the whites of his eyes were constantly bloodshot. "You used to take the opposite line," Michael said. "You used to say that if they gave foreigners the vote, they'd lose their country." Jack looked angrily at him. "If they want war, they can have it. They'll sort things out once and for all." Liberal opinion is on the side of the Boers, Michael said. Liberal opinion? Germany and France say they'll send troops to help the Boers. That's all bloody talk. Marie, who knew that Michael had an abrasive effect on Jack, broke in. If everyone's finished, shall we have coffee in the drawing room? Just a quick cup, David said. I have to go to the office. Jack raised his eyebrows in surprise. I've got some work to finish. He looked away as he said it. The drawing room was on the first floor and looked out over the park where the beech trees were coming into leaf. A cold wind was blowing. After they had been given coffee, David took Jack aside. I've been wanting to talk to you, he said. Don't you think you should spread your investments? What? If war does come, diamonds may be hit badly. I've already sold my gold shares. Snell advises buying industrials. They'll pick up in war. Jack shook his head. Not on your life. I've always stuck to diamonds, and I always will. Why? If it wasn't for me, we wouldn't have the mine. You've said that yourself more than a dozen times. It was only because I stuck to what I knew. Times change. Not that much. You don't think the British government will let Kimberley go, do you? I think they're underestimating the Boers. Look what happened to Jameson. Look what they did to the British troops at Majuba. Michael's right. They'll get arms from Germany and France. And if anyone here thinks it'll all be over in a week or two, they've got another thing coming. You know what the country's like out there. I still say they'll never touch Kimberley. David shrugged. Maybe you're right. Then he said, Have you been selling shares? Jack frowned. Why? A block of new chance mining came onto the market last week. I wondered if they were yours. Marie broke in and Jack turned away. The young people want to go and listen to the band in the park, she said. Jack nodded reluctantly. Hilda said, You wrap up well, Michael. You've had that cold since before Christmas. Sniff and cough, cough and sniff. As the four young people went to fetch their coats, the Farsons' butler, Cummings, came in and said to Jack, Mr. Lisk, to see you, sir. Well, I'll get along too, David said. He did not like Lisk. The man had been at New Chance House for more than 6 months, and David still did not know what he did. He did know that Jack and he were often seen together in out-of-the-way clubs and at prize fights, and that he monitored all Jack's visitors. He had started off in a small office, but it had not been long before he had moved into a bigger one and had managed to put Miss Trimmer's back up to such a point that she resigned. He had hired the new secretary, a small, mousy woman with a cold blue nose who hardly saw Jack and who worked, in effect, for Lisk himself. What disturbed David was that a few weeks before Lisk had been given Jack's power of attorney to sign checks and letters. When he had gone to see Jack about it, Lisk had hovered until David had to say bluntly that he wanted to speak to his partner in private. It's only to save time, Jack had said. He's a paper man, Miss Lisk. I can't be bothered with paperwork. You should know that. The band of the Grenadier Guards was playing on the bandstand at the east end of the Serpentine, and in spite of the cold wind, many of the chairs, set out in rows, were occupied. Michael and Jewel, with Margaret and Rachel, stood at the back listening to a selection of the latest marches by Mr. Souser. Everywhere there were soldiers in their walking-out dress, some with the ladies on their arms, others standing in groups, smoking cigars. Splashes of red, green, and blue from their uniform lit up the gray afternoon. The sight of the soldiers, as well as the uniforms of the band and the military music, gave a martial air to the proceedings, and Joel said, "Do you think there will be a war?" "Look at that," Michael said, pointing to a Sunday newspaper lying on one of the chairs. The front page headline said, "Kaiser accuses British of seeking military solution in South Africa. Kruger buying heavy guns from Krups." "I had a letter from my grandmother this week," Joel said. "What does she say?" "There's been more trouble. Some Boer wagons bringing food up from the coast were attacked and robbed. The rumor went around Kimberley that English miners had done it, and tents were burnt in revenge. Then it was found that the robbers were Hottentots. Does she think there'll be trouble?" "Yes. She says there was the last time at Majuba, so there will be this time." "What happened at Majuba?" Margaret asked. "The British tried to take the Transvaal once before," Michael said. "The Boers beat them at Majuba Hill." Rachel said, "I'm cold." "Don't you want to listen to the music?" Joel said. Then, turning to Michael, "Grandmother says that Moperi is sick. She has brought him into the house." Michael hazily recalled the old black man. "I'm cold," Rachel said again, and Michael's got a cough. "I want some hot chocolate." "You've just finished luncheon," Michael said. "I want some hot chocolate." "There's no place to buy it around here." "There is, in Knightsbridge," Margaret said. "On one condition," Michael said, "that you sit at your own table and leave us alone." "You want to hold hands?" There was a look of disgust on Rachel's 12-year-old face. They crossed Rotten Row and walked to Knightsbridge. Some of the soldiers watched them, envying the fresh beauty of the girl and the dark good looks of the young, well-dressed Jew. The Gandhar tea room and coffee lounge was a rather gloomy place filled with ferns, asbestos, and Benares brass. The chairs and tables were green-painted basketwork. At this time in the afternoon it was almost empty. Michael and Jewel took a table in the window, and Margaret and Rachel were waved back by Michael into the dim recesses of the long room. An elderly waitress in a black dress and small white apron took their orders. Michael and Jewel sat side by side and looked out at the window shoppers walking slowly along Knightsbridge. "Do you think they care about a war in Africa?" Michael said, suddenly angry. "Do you think they care what happens to a lot of farmers who can hardly speak English?" She felt for his hand and held it under the table. "Please, Michael, don't let's talk about war anymore. We haven't much time." "All right." They heard Rachel giggle and realized she was watching them, but they did not care. "Have you decided yet?" He shook his head. He did not need to ask what she meant, for they spoke in a kind of shorthand. each knowing almost exactly what was going through the other's mind. Father was talking to me about it again. He says, "Who's going to carry on the business if I don't?" But I don't want to. I don't even want to stay on at Oxford. And yet you don't know what you want to do when you come down. That's what worries him and me. Whatever it is, I don't want it to be here. I feel part of me is still in Africa. I want to find it. They often spoke of Africa when they were together. He could remember it, but Jewel had been too young when she left. "Will you take me if you go?" she said. "Of course. Promise?" The waitress set the tea things down. Jewel poured and said again, "Promise." "Of course I promise. You're always making me promise. Your mother doesn't like me, and yours doesn't like me. It'll be difficult, but I don't care. I don't want to stay. I don't want to stay here with you. I don't want. I don't want to stay here without you." He squeezed her hand. "We'll go together." She looked into the misty distance. "Tell me about Portuguese planes." "I've told you before." "I know. Tell me again." I can't remember it all, but I remember the trees by the river. Your grandmother had them cut down once, but they grew again. And the house itself, the walls so white they hurt your eyes in the sun, and the patterns of shade from the grapevine. Her eyes were on him, watching his lips, identifying with what he was saying. The inside was dark and cool and shadowy. "And the river," she said. "I swam there, didn't I? Often. I can't remember." She looked out at the bleak afternoon. "In the breakfast pool. It had a sandy bottom. That's where we used to swim." "Oh, Michael, wouldn't it be wonderful if we were there and we could picnic by the river and walk under the trees?" He sipped his tea, and some of it must have gone down the wrong way, for he had a coughing fit. She watched, worried. When he regained his breath, he said bitterly, "We never will." "Why not? My grandmother is always asking me to come." "We could only go if we were married." "But we've always been going to get married." She looked at him as though he had failed to understand the bedrock on which their relationship was founded. "I know, but they'll never let us. Once we're old enough, they can't stop us. My mother wants me to marry a Jewish girl." "What about your father?" They had been over and over this ground. "I don't think he minds, but anyway, your own parents would never allow it. They can't stop me." "You'll see. Not when I come of age." Michael was tolerated in the Farson household, much as his father was. He was part of the partnership. But marriage? That was a different question. Suddenly Joe said, "I'd run away." "Don't be silly." "I would. If you would." "Where to?" "Africa. Anywhere. As long as we were together." What would we use for money? That's what it always came down to, the dismal and mundane need for cash. Love in a garret? Michael said, smiling. Is that it? If we loved each other, it would be all right. He sipped his tea and wiped his mouth with the napkin. Suddenly, he crumpled it up in his hand and sat staring at it. Then he said, I love you more than anything else in the world. If you went away, I'd die. The words were precious to her, yet at the same time they chilled her, for she saw a look in his eyes she had never seen before, a mixture of confusion and need. I'll never leave you, she said. Okay. Okie dokie. Are we lagging? Are we lagging? Kind of. By the late summer of that year, 1898, the political situation in southern Africa was deteriorating rapidly. Sir Alfred Milner, governor of the Cape Colony and British High Commissioner, was already talking about the final smash between Britain and Boer. The Afrikaner republics of the Transvaal and Orange Free State were stockpiling arms bought from Germany and France and brought in through the Portuguese territory of Mozambique. Immigrants, mainly from Britain, were still flooding into the Transvaal to try to make their fortunes from gold, and President Kruger was still refusing to give them the vote, out of a need for self-preservation. C.J. Rhodes had leapfrogged the Transvaal and founded British Rhodesia on its northern borders. In effect, apart from one corridor to Mozambique, the Transvaal and Orange Free State were now completely surrounded by British territory. Switzerland had been brought in to mediate between Britain and the republics and had failed. But most people still believed that war could be avoided, that in the end the Boers would clamp down and allow themselves to be swallowed by Britain. In October, David Cade went to Amsterdam. He had important business at Asher's Diamond Works. But the major reason for his visit at that particular time was because Lily was singing there, and he had not seen her for nearly 2 months. Isaac Asher had founded his firm in the middle of the century and turned it into the most famous diamond cutting works in the world. Earlier that year, he and his 2 sons, Joseph and Abraham, had visited David in London to discuss the cutting of the Southern Cross. The decision to have it cut had taken David nearly 20 years to make. The 3 Dutchmen had studied the diamond with interest. It was already a legend, and a few people had ever seen it. They took it to Amsterdam to study it further before making up their minds how it should be cut. When they had left, David felt as though they were taking part of his body with them. Now the diamond was ready, and he had come to fetch it. He was welcomed like royalty and signed the company's golden book. The room into which he was ushered reminded him of Jack's room at Newchant's house, all dark green leather and green velvet curtains. Under one window was a table covered by a green baize cloth. Isaac Asher offered him a chair while one of his sons went to fetch the diamond. Too tense to sit, David paced up and down in front of the long windows. After a few attempts at conversation, Asher said, "Don't worry, Mr. Cade. Believe me, it is the best stone we have ever cut." Abraham Asher returned a few moments later and put the diamond on the green baize cloth. David walked over to it. It sat in the middle of the table, a completely different object from the one he had last seen in London. Then it had been oblong in shape, and to the naked and untutored eye, dull, almost uninteresting. But to him it had always been the most precious possession he owned. It had become part of him. Now, as though someone had waved a wand, it had been transformed. It lay in a hollow of incandescent light. It was pear-shaped and had been cut with 58 facets. The planes reflected each other like mirrors set at angles so that they repeated themselves into infinity. They flung split spectra of light from one polished surface to another. Red and yellow, blue and orange, indigo, violet. Sometimes the diamond seemed to burn with the white-hot fire of the kiln. Sometimes with the shattered brilliance of rain falling through sunlight. Sometimes with the cold of an ice cave. Little points of blue light shooting from one frozen plane to the next. Everything about it was intense. Heat, fire, cold, ice, brilliance. David stared at it with an intensity that matched the diamond, so fiercely that it seemed to absorb on his retinas, or through his skin, the carbon from which it was formed. No one spoke. They hardly breathed. The diamond dominated the room. Eventually, David let out his breath. "Isn't it beautiful?" Abraham Asher said. "It is the most beautiful stone we have ever cut," his father said. "Come, we must drink to it." Abraham tipped 4 more diamonds onto the table, and a number of tiny brilliants, pieces of the original stone which had to be cut away to give it shape. Several were good stones in their own right, but David hardly spared them a glance. 312 carats, Isaac Asher was saying. An immense diamond. David hardly heard him, nor did he feel the glass of champagne being pressed into his hand, and he was only later aware that it had been recharged. "Fire and ice," he said aloud in the room in Amsterdam, and came slowly back to reality. "We shall send them by courier to you in London," Isaac Asher said. No." He took out a small wash leather bag. "You mean you—" The Ashers looked at him in consternation, and then Isaac remembered rumors that Cade often carried the diamond on his person. He hoped not too many other people knew. As David was collecting his hat, cane, and gloves, Isaac returned to the question of South Africa, pressing him for an opinion on whether a war would come. David had to drag his thoughts away from the diamond, realizing how concerned the Ashers must be at the thought of anything disrupting their major source of supply. He gave as succinctly as he could in his own views, which were that although the position was serious, Kimberley was the last place the British government would allow to fall into poor hands, because so much revenue accrued to them from the diamond industry. Isaac Asher nodded, then said, "Mr. Cade, I have shares in several big diamond companies, including your own. You do not then advise me to sell?" "Of course not. I only ask because—" He paused and then said, "How shall I put it? Are you not selling yourself?" "Me?" David said, surprised. "Absolutely not." "Why?" "A big parcel of New Chance shares came onto the Paris bourse yesterday." David returned to his hotel, disturbed by what Asher had said. Those shares had to be Jack's. He had asked him before if he was selling, so that he could buy the shares himself, for he feared, and he had explained this to Jack, that De Beers would buy up any shares coming onto the market, and if they were not careful, he and Jack might wake up one morning and find that C.J. Rhodes had a controlling interest in New Chance. Jack had pooh-poohed the whole idea, and David realized he didn't understand much about shares. To Jack, they were just so much paper. He failed to realize their power in the wrong hands. And why in Paris? David wondered. It was an odd place for Jack to sell, unless he had not wanted David to go. But such thoughts disappeared once he reached his hotel on the Kaiserkreuz. His windows looked out onto the leafy canal with its traffic of flower barges, food barges, barges delivering furniture, barges delivering grain, fodder, fish, meat. The Amsterdammers used small barges as London merchants used delivery drays. He took the diamond out and placed it on a table near the window, and then he sat with his chin in his hands and stared at it until the late sun, streaming through his window, turned the diamond into a ball of fire which hurt his eyes. That evening it was cool and crisp. As he strolled along the canals towards the Conservatorium Saal, he had arranged his trip to coincide with Lily's Amsterdam recital because she had told him that Arendt would be in Berlin on family business, and that she was being accompanied by a Dutch pianist. The great hall was full, but he had a seat in the fourth row. He watched Lily come on stage, a tall, striking figure in a flowing red dress, her black hair shining. She sang a mixture of German romantic songs and lieder, and some she might have chosen for David himself, for they were favorites he had heard her sing before. Schumann's Weidmann and Schubert's Im Beltrot and In die Musik. Then she sang 3 by Brahms and 2 by Liszt, which he had not heard before, and she finished with Schumann's Frauenlieb an Lippen. He went to the stage door, where a crowd waited to cheer her and obtain her autograph. She saw him and waved, but it was more than 10 minutes before she was able to get away and join him. He had reserved a carriage and told the driver to take them back to the hotel. "Lily!" He brought her hand to his lips. "Wow, how I've missed you." He had ordered a cold supper to be laid in his suite, and there were several bottles of champagne. A gas fire glowed at one end of the room, but the night was not cold. He indicated the food. "Now or later?" Not yet," she said. He turned down the lights, and the room was lit by the lamps along the canal and the reflections in the still dark water. There was a slightly sweet, damp smell of decay in the room. They clung to each other in the middle of the room. He said, "Every hour of every day, I've thought of you and wanted you." "So have I," she whispered. He began to fumble at the laces of her bodice. They, undressed by the reflected light from the canal, and he noticed how white her skin looked. She was a miracle, he thought. He thought briefly of Hilda. They made love almost brutally, then later more tenderly. The first time like barbarians falling on each other, the second like two people in love. In between they drank wine and ate chicken. "What was Vienna like?" he said. "Cold." "Are you sorry you're not going back?" "No. Anyway, I enjoy recitals more than opera now." What does Peter think?" "Oh, it's all part of his grand plan for me. He was the one who forced my voice up. But you know, a singer only has a limited number of years. I sang the Ottocento roles, but then as I grew older, my voice deepened, and I began to sing mezzo again. Now, it's a good register for recitals. Anyway, I'm tired of traveling." "You mean you'll be staying in London?" His voice rose. "Some of the time. Peter has been talking about buying a house in Kensington. Of course, there will be some traveling. I'm making a last trip to Africa." "When?" "Next year. Perhaps to Kimberley too. A farewell to the people there who gave me a start." "Peter will arrange everything." She talked of her husband in a casual way which upset David. "Why don't you stop? You can't need the money. And then? And then you could leave him." Her smile was sad and somewhat wistful. "You're always saying that. Why do you never leave your children?" He did not reply. "We still have times like this," she said. "I want you all the time. Maybe we would tire of each other." "Never. How can you say that? It's contrast that makes life interesting." He lay by her side in silence, then suddenly he blurted out angrily, "I can't bear the thought of him touching you, of him making love to you." To his amazement, she burst out laughing. "Darling, darling David." "What?" She propped herself up on her elbow, and again he was struck by the beauty of her. "Sometimes I wondered. But then I thought, of course, he knows, and he's being a gentleman. And it's something a gentleman doesn't talk about." "But you don't know, do you?" "Know what?" he said, irritated. Peter's never touched him. Peter's never touched me. Never has and never will. We never made love. I don't think I would have stopped him. He is my husband. I am grateful to him." "I don't understand." "Really? You don't know?" "Of course I don't know." "You never saw the young man in his house in Kimberley?" "Young man?" "Yes, he was very discreet. But, you mean he—" "That's right." "Wow," he said, sitting bolt upright. And then, "But how could you have married a man like that?" "Don't get so excited," she said. "I told you why I married him. because I'd come to the end of my tether. I couldn't stand it any longer, and he did everything for me. He made me. Don't you understand that? If it wasn't for him, I'd still be traveling with Mitchums, living in a wagon, and wondering where my next meal was coming from. So you married him out of gratitude. That, and several other reasons that all fit together. But you don't love him. How can I love him when I love you? He lay back, pondering on this new situation. Then he said as much to himself as to her. But you're still not mine. The weather held fine, and they spent the following day together. A day of sunshine and empty hours which they could fill at their own pace. They strolled along the canals behind the dome in the morning, and had their breakfast of boiled eggs and thin slices of cheese at a cafe in the Rembrandtsplein. From there they hired a carriage, went down to the Isle, and had their lunch in the sunshine, eating smoked eel and the new season's oysters from New Zealand, and drinking cold hock. They spent the afternoon driving out in the countryside, looking at the building of the new polders, and came back into the city in the velvety dusk. It was a day of unalloyed happiness, when just to be in each other's company was enough. But what made it even better was the knowledge that the night lay before them. And, sated with sunshine and wine, they made love in the same unhurried, leisurely way, in keeping with the unfolding of the day. Again, the dappled lamplight, reflected from the canal, made arabesque on the wall of the bedroom. It was one of the loveliest days David could recall, and like the one in the Madeira, this, too, produced an equation which he felt he had to solve. Why were unlimited times like this forbidden him? He was in his middle age now, but looking back on his life, he saw a long struggle upwards to find what? He had all the money he would ever need, so that goal had been achieved. What was left? The act of doing business to create more wealth and to give birth to more business bored him. Politics had also eventually bored him too. There was talk of a knighthood for his negotiations on behalf of the British government, and that did not excite him much. He had enjoyed the negotiations themselves, but he did not ultimately believe that a railway would never be built to the Angolan coast. The British government wanted the territory for the wealth the diamond concessions would produce. Business again. He thought of the big Baroque-style house overlooking West Heath, which conferred status rather than pleasure on its owner. He thought of Hilda, presiding among the tea and cream cakes with the friends from the synagogue. He and Hilda no longer needed each other, that was certain, and he could not remember the time when they had. He had let the pathetic luxury of the Levinson's house in Kimberley seduce him, which could only be acquired by taking on Hilda and the shop. He remembered the time she had put his hand on her breast, and he had smelled the fragrance of her skin. Had he ever been excited by that? He supposed he had. Linking that remote person with that present Hilda, who daily became more and more like a mother, was hardly imaginable. Would she miss him? He doubted it, nor would Michael. He wanted no part of his father's empire, and Margaret, stolid, plain, and unemotional, she would not miss him. That left Rachel. What he wondered would his absence do to her? They hardly saw each other as it was, for he spent much of the year traveling. What did he want? The answer was simple, and suddenly the influence of the day crystallized into a decision. I would, he said, contradicting a statement she had made the night before. She was drowsy. With what? Leave my family. She turned to face him. Are you serious? Yes. Is that what you've been doing? Lying there brooding? Not just this evening. I've been thinking about it a lot recently. You're not happy with Aaron. You can't be with a man like that. And I'm not happy with Hilda. She wouldn't miss me, nor with the children. Where would we go? Switzerland. The Mediterranean. He was hazy about this, for Africa kept intruding. Sometimes he would long for the hot desert days, the huge blue skies, the dust, the hard labor. Life had been so much simpler then. Do you ever think about it? No, she said, because I don't take this seriously. I don't think you would leave them. I think it's a dream. Why don't we enjoy what we have? It's not enough, he said. It's not enough to meet in hotel rooms and hired apartments. I want you with me always. I want you with me at night when I go to sleep. When I want you with me when I awake. Not once a month, but every night and every morning. Suddenly, as though what he had been saying had been the preamble to an even more important decision, he padded into the other room and came back with something in his hand. Look, he said. The great pear-shaped diamond lay glittering on his palm. My goodness, David, where did you... It's not the Southern Cross. I had it cut out, at last. For you. For me? I want you to have it and wear it. She took his face between her hands and kissed him on the lips. Thank you, my darling. But I couldn't do that. You know I couldn't. But I want you to. And then she said, smiling, you can't buy me, you know. It was like a blow in the face. She was upset at the reaction. She had spoken lightly, but he had taken her seriously. It was a joke, she said. Only a little joke. But the pleasure seeped out of him like water through sand, and he felt chilled. Earlier the following morning he caught the train to Flushing and the packet boat to Harwich. The weather had turned grey and the North Sea was choppy. The sky had filled with dark clouds racing in from the southwest. The day reflected his mood. He walked on deck, but the air was cold, and finally he went into the smoking room and sat with a whiskey and soda. Perhaps you should finally let Hilda have the stone. Or perhaps he should sell it back to Jack. But the thought of it resting on Marie's neck or on the breast of one of Jack's horse disgusted him, and he realized his momentary reflections meant nothing. He would never sell the Southern Cross. He would never give it to his wife. It had been created for one person only. If she would not wear it, then no one would. No one would even see it. He felt a sudden urge to take it out of his wash leather holder and look at it. A thing he often did as though to reassure himself that he, David Cade, still owned it. The association of ideas brought back to his mind the question of the shares which Isaac Asher had mentioned, and when the boat train deposited him at Liverpool Street Station, he took a hansom to number 32 Park Lane. He learned from Cummings that neither Jack nor Marie was at home. Jack was in Sussex. Marie was expected in an hour or two from a shopping expedition to White Lace. He was about to leave when Jewel came from the drawing room. She was dressed in a flowered print, and he thought how fresh and lovely she looked. "Uncle David," she said, "I was looking for your father." He followed her back into the drawing room. "How's Michael?" He looked at her in surprise. "Is he unwell? I've been away." Aunt Hilda sent a note. He was expected at the party. Party? My birthday was 2 days ago. Of course it was. He felt a surge of remorse. Then a thought struck him. "But I hadn't forgotten it. I was in Amsterdam collecting something for you." He fumbled in the inside pocket of his jacket and took out one of the smaller diamonds cut from the Southern Cross. "This is from me," he said. "Many, many happy returns and lots of love on your 18th birthday." He put the diamond into her hand and kissed her on the cheek. "One day we'll have it set in a ring." "Oh, Uncle David!" As he left, she expressed again her anxiety about Michael, and for the most of the way home he felt a glow of affection for her which came partly from the pleasure of his own generosity. It was only when he was nearing the top of the hill, with the heath dark and windy in the dusk, that he began to wonder what he had been in the know about his son. The house was in a state of quiet tension when he let himself in. Parker, the butler, was in the front hall, where David noticed a strange hat, coat, and bag. Two housemaids were on the upper landing, whispering together. "What's happening?" he asked, feeling a quickening apprehension. "It's Mr. Michael." "What about him?" "It's bronchitis, sir. He's been in bed these past 2 days. The doctor's here now, sir." He ran up the stairs. Michael's room was at the far end of the first landing. Hilda was by the foot of the bed, and Dr. Stein was examining a piece of cotton wool by the gaslight. David was shocked at the sight of his son. He had only been away a few days, but the boy looked thinner than before he left. His face was wan, with a yellowish pallor. What's all this, then?" he said. Hilda turned her plump, once pretty face to him. It was grey and frightened. "Where have you been? We expected you to be here 2 hours ago." "I had some business to attend to." He turned to the doctor. "How is he?" Dr. Stein was a small, thin man with a domed forehead, which was out of proportion to the rest of his body, and gave him a dwarfish look. "Dwarf? Oh." Him a dwarfish look. He had long black hair, but was clean-shaven. He was younger than David, but was said to be a sound man, and had been their doctor for more than 4 years. "I think we will talk outside," he said. We don't want to tire my patient. I'll see you tomorrow, Michael. Get as much rest as you can. I'll leave something that will help with the cough and make you sleep. They went down to the huge, ornate drawing room with its ferns and tall green fuchsias. Everything about the room gave off an air of wealth, from the Persian carpet on the floor to the Venetian mirrors and the great marble fireplace in which a coal fire burned brightly, to the tapestries and paintings on the walls. Well, David said, I saw him 2 days ago and I thought it was bronchitis. And now? But the doctor turned to Hilda and said, how long has he had this cough? Months. I don't know how many. And it's never really bothered him. I don't think so. I've asked him often. He said he used to cough in the mornings, but not much during the day. And yesterday was the first time he coughed blood. Blood, David said. Don't jump to conclusions, Dr. Stein said. It's possible that with a cough like this, a small blood vessel could have burst. Anyway, I would like a second opinion. Get the best man, David said. I don't care where you have to get him from. The domed head nodded. There's no need to go outside London. I shall send a note to Lord Cowley tonight. He's the best chest man in the country. You don't think... Hilda began as Parker helped the doctor on with his coat. I don't think anything at this stage. Tomorrow we will make up our minds. They saw him off and went up to Michael's room. The young man was lying back against the pillows. Well, old chap, you've given us a bit of a scare. What did he say? Michael's eyes were worried. Is it consumption? The word had not been mentioned, but it had been in everyone's mind. David heard Hilda's sharp intake of breath and her half-strangled sob. Of course it isn't, he said. He thinks it might be a broken blood vessel brought on by the cough. A look of hope and relief crossed his son's face, and he felt his heart wrenched by love. What have you been doing? Michael said. David thought of Lily and himself in Amsterdam, while his son was lying in bed coughing blood, and he felt a bitter twisting of guilt. Business, old chap, he said. Boring business, not your kind of thing at all. We turned to Hilda. Has he had any supper? She came to with a jug. No, and I know exactly what to give him. My mother's panacea for all ills, Michael said. Chicken soup. Like your grandmother, David said. Your mother and I came to be married, you might say, through chicken soup. Tell him about it, Hilda said. I'll go and see to the food. David told his son of the fever he had had, and how the Levinsons had pressed chicken soup on him day after day, and how Hilda had shooed them out and rescued him, and read to him and let him smoke cigars in his bedroom. They sat with Michael through the evening, and at 9 o'clock, mixed with powder, Dr. Stein had left and gave it to him. Soon afterwards, he fell asleep. You go to bed, David said to Hilda. No, I'll sit with him. Don't be silly. You must be tired after your journey. Go to bed. It's you who had the strain. She was sitting on a low spoon-backed chair, and suddenly she put her hands up to her face. Come now, he said, and put his arms about her. It was something he had not done for a long time. He felt an old familiar feeling, not love, but a shared sadness. Don't cry, he whispered. He'll be all right. We'll look after him. There was a sofa in Michael's room, and he stretched out on it. Sometimes he dozed, but for long periods he lay awake. He tried to read but could not concentrate. His mind kept going back into the past, back to the time Michael was a little boy, walking along the sands of False Bay, hand in hand, reading to him, Michael sitting on his knee. Then the picture changed, and the boy was no longer Michael, but David himself, and the hand he held was his grandfather's. He thought of their return to England, and Michael's departure to boarding school. Before that they had kissed each other as naturally as it was possible to imagine. But when the boy came back after his first term, he had held out his hand, and David had known a stage was over. They no longer walked hand in hand, and Michael no longer sat on his knee. A lump came to his throat, and he told himself that you could not stop people from growing up. Everyone grew up. Michael woke once in the night and coughed, groping for one of the pads of cotton wool which Dr. Stein had left. David rose and held him and wiped his mouth and saw the bright crimson streaks of blood in the sputum. Throat dry. Bada bada boom. Lord Cowley arrived with Dr. Stein at 10 o'clock the following morning. He was a big, bluff, and genial, as Dr. Stein was small, dark, and reserved. In his heavy shoes, tweed suit, and grey mutton chop whiskers, he looked, David thought, like a Norfolk farmer on his way to spend a day among the peasants. Well, my dear sir, he said, shaking his hands. There's winter in the air, yes. It won't be far off now. Hilda and David led the way up the stairs. As David opened the door of his son's room, Lord Cowley said, If you please, just Dr. Stein and myself. Waiting in the drawing room, he and Hilda did not speak. She sat staring at the fire, and he stood at the window looking out at the leaves fluttering down from the peach trees on the heath. Half an hour later, they heard steps in the hall, and Lord Cowley came in, followed by Dr. Stein. Well, David said. No doubt about it at all, Lord Cowley said breezily. A classic case. You mean? Hilda began. I'm afraid so. She gave a cry and half fell onto the sofa. Fortunately, it's in an early stage. Cowley paused. Mr. Cade, has anyone in your family had consumption? No. Do you know anything about the disease? Very little. You're going to find out a great deal. Let me give you one statistic. What has happened to your son happens to 1/7 of the entire human race. That may just give you a crumb of comfort. And remember, they are not all carried off, sir. Not by a long chalk. Not while we're here to fight. Which is what we are going to do. I'm not going to bore you with what causes the disease. It's the cure that we're after. Lots of rest, good food. Those are 2 factors. But in Britain we have a climate with sudden changes of temperature, and here in London we have foul, filthy, smoky, nasty, foggy air. No one's going to get well in that, Mr. Cade. There are sanatoria in Switzerland and Germany, up in the Alps where the air's like crystal. And I know of some in America, in California and Arizona. Same thing. We'll send him anywhere. Happily, there is one place which you should be familiar with, that is just as good as the others. Where? The Cape of Good Hope. What do you call that semi-desert that runs up from the Cape? The Karoo. That's it. The Karoo. You can't beat it. Even better than Switzerland. Dry air, clean as a whistle. Exactly the stuff he needs. David tried to conceive of any way in the Karoo he could take his son. What about nursing? He said. And doctors? A few years ago that would have been a problem. But there is a place with a sanatorium and a doctor. Dr. Verswald? Very sound man. I've sent several patients out there with great success. Where is it? Ilda said eagerly. A town called Victoria. I know it, David said. Or at least I did when it was a village. Well, there you are then. With your resources out there and your organization, nothing could be simpler. You can get your people to meet the ship and take him. That won't be necessary, David said flatly. I'll take him myself. 6 weeks later, when Michael had recovered some of his strength, they went together up the gangway of the SS Cawdor Castle, sailing from Southampton. It was more than 20 years since David had made his first journey to the Cape. What is the time? More water, more water. The train stopped in the middle of nowhere. On either side of the track, the small brown karoo bushes stretched away to the far horizon. There was no station, not even a siding, nothing to mark the fact that David and Michael had almost come to the end of the journey of more than 6,000 miles, except a white board with the name Victoria Halt lettered on it in black. This and a single horse trap which stood in the shade of a mimosa tree were the only signs of civilization. It was a day in the late southern summer of the year 1899, and the heat was fierce. David helped his son onto the trackside, and the boxes were passed down from the luggage van. The train whistled twice, and slowly gathered speed until all that was left of it was the acrid smell of gases from its smokestack. The trap, driven by a gray-haired old colored man, met all the trains that stopped at Victoria Hall to pick up the mail bags and any passengers for Victoria, and they were soon rattling over the fault on a dusty track. I'd forgotten how lonely it was, Michael said, staring at the vast and silent Karoo. Victoria's lively enough, David said. The last time I was there, you couldn't get a room for love or money, and you had to queue for a meal. He put his hand on his son's shoulder, as though to reassure him. But David needed the reassurance himself. He had not expected to be put down in this lonely place. He had to keep telling himself that once they reached the sanatorium, everything would be all right. All the love he had had for Michael as a child had come surging back on the voyage out. The first few days had been filled with anguish, for Michael had seemed so weak that he had wondered if he was not slipping away. But the ship's doctor had been confident. The illness, he had said, was known for its peaks and troughs, and he had been right, for during the second week, Michael had rallied so much that David was able to take him for walks around the deck. They spent most of the time in their stateroom, and David had taken all his meals there. He had arranged for a private nurse to accompany them on the voyage, and she had taken some of the strain. But he had spent all this time with his son. When Michael's eyes had grown tired from reading, David had taken over, and he had read aloud hour after hour. They had spent 3 weeks on David's wine farm in the Drakenstein Valley, 30 miles from Cape Town, while telegrams flew up and down to Victoria. It was then that Michael had for the first time mentioned Jewel. One day on the farm, when his bed had been carried out in the cool of the late afternoon and placed under one of the great oak trees, he had looked at the white walls of the house and the big red flagstone veranda. An old colonial Dutch house, with curving gables built at the end of the 18th century. And had said, Jewel would love this house. It would remind her of Portuguese Place. David had been sitting in a deck chair looking at a day-old copy of the Cape Times. But she was only a baby when she went to Portuguese Place, he said. I'm surprised she can remember it. I don't think she can, but we talk about it. She remembers the river, or she thinks she does. I used to take you there when you were a boy. I know. I often think of the pool. I wish I could swim there now. You will, one day, old chap. One day soon, I promise you. But now, as the trap breasted the rise and came down onto the plain where Victoria lay, he no longer felt the same confidence. He had assumed that, like Kimberley, the village he had once known would have grown into a town. Instead, it looked exactly as he recalled. There the white turrets of the Lord Somerset Hotel with the Union Jack drooping on the flag pole. There the tiny bank, there the shop, the single street, the line of pepper trees and the little river. All was the same except for one thing. Nothing moved. There was no wagons, no coaches, not even a horse tied to a hitching rail. It lay dead in the afternoon sun. The railway had killed it. No coaches ran now, and no wagons made the long journey hauling freight. Everything went north by train, missing Victoria by 5 miles. He looked from side to side, vainly searching for a building that might be the sanatorium. When the trap stopped outside her house on the outskirts of the village, he made no move to get down. The old colored man turned to him, and David said unbelievingly, Is that it? Yeah, boss. He found himself looking at a stone-built colonial bungalow set behind a dusty, ragged hedge of myrtle. Large brown shutters were fastened back from the windows, and the roof was of corrugated iron, painted green. Was this the place they had come so many thousands of miles to find? Was this the place which Lord Cowley, in his bluff and genial way, had described as a sanatorium as good as any in Europe or America? He bitterly regretted not having brought out his own medical staff. bitterly regretted having believed Lord Cowley. In that instant he made a decision. They would spend 1 or 2 nights at the hotel, only long enough for Michael to rest, and then they would go back to the Cape by train and take the next ship to Europe. If all went well, he could have the boy in a Swiss sanatorium within a month. As these thoughts were going through his mind, the door of the house opened, and a middle-aged man in old, dusty farm clothes came down the steps. He was a white man, as far as David could see, but burnt brown by the sun. He had a straggly grey beard and wore an old felt hat with a sweat-stained band. He held a filthy meerschaum pipe in his mouth. David assumed that he had come to fetch the luggage and was about to tell the driver to go on to the hotel when the man said in heavily accented English, "You must be Mr. Caden Michael. I am Dr. Farsfeld." David stared at him, speechless. "I hope you had a good journey. Now, young man, can you walk?" He smiled up at Michael. It was an engaging smile. His thin, solemn, bearded face turned puckish, and David noticed that his teeth were badly stained by tobacco. But there was friendliness and warmth in the eyes. Yes, I can," Michael said. "Right then, climb down." Wait," David said. "I've brought my son all the way from London. He's very ill. We were supposed to find a sanatorium." "Yeah, that's right," the doctor said, moving his head in the direction of the house behind him. "You call this a sanatorium? We're going to the hotel to let my son rest for a few days. Then I shall take him back." The doctor turned to Michael. "What do you say?" Michael tried to reply, but he was racked by a coughing spasm, and David put his arm around his shoulders. Dr. Farsfeld kept his eyes on Michael. "How do you feel about it? Do you feel like giving it a try? Yeah. You've come so far." There was something in his eyes, in the frankness of his gaze, that reminded David of Jewel. "All right," Michael said. "No," David said loudly. "We'll return to Europe. I can't think why we came to this godforsaken village in the first place." He turned to the driver. "Take us to the hotel." "Let him at least stay until he has recovered his strength," the doctor said. "We can look after him better here, and the food is wholesome." Michael was already standing on the road. David followed him unwillingly. "All right, but just until he has rested." Come in and have some tea, Michael." Dr. Farsfeld took him by his arm and led him into the house as though they had been friends for a long time. There were no wards inside the house. All the beds were on the verandas running round 3 sides. There was a male's veranda, a female's veranda, and a children's veranda. The center of the house consisted of Dr. Farsfeld's rooms and the quarters of the nursing staff, as well as a common room where ambulatory patients could meet and talk and play cards. It was a large bungalow and had clearly been built to Dr. Farsfeld's design. He took them now into the common room, which was furnished with comfortable, shabby sofas and armchairs. It was a welcoming room, cool and shadowy behind the half-closed shutters. The doctor went off to order tea, and Michael and David were, for the first time since leaving London, embarrassed in each other's company. David, realizing that his concern for his son had caused him to speak more angrily than he had meant, was consolatory. "It's better than I thought from the outside," he said. His eye fell on two large portraits hanging on the wall. One was a photograph of a bearded man in a black frock coat. Underneath, on a little brass plate, was the name of Dr. Jacobus Verswald. The next was a painting, showing another bearded man of stern and forbidding countenance, this time wearing a tall hat. Underneath he read the name Dr. Martinus Verswald. On the opposite wall were two volume scrolls framed and glazed. He crossed but could not read them, for they were in high touch, though he could see that they were honours of some sort, granted by the universities of Leyden and Utrecht. He turned away as Dr. Verswald returned. "Are those members of your family?" he asked, indicating the portraits. My father and grandfather." "So you've been doctors for 3 generations. And those?" "I'm afraid that is conceit. What was it your poet Shakespeare said in As You Like It? My pride fell with my fortunes. With me, it is the other way around. I have no fortune, so I must keep my pride where I can see it." By the time they had finished tea, David's resolve to remove Michael as soon as he could had already begun to weaken. In a few days it had disappeared completely. In spite of himself, he had placed his trust in this strange, dedicated man. David was to spend weeks and months in Dr. Verswald's company, and yet he never truly could say he knew him. He soon realized that his habit of dressing like a laboring man was only partly affection. One of the keys to his character was his deep, almost passionate love for this dry, dusty country, and for the people who inhabited it, and with whom he so closely identified. His own family had immigrated from Holland in the 18th century and had become farmers and pastoralists, and it was only when his grandfather had gone to the university at Groningen and taken a degree in medicine that the rural tradition had been bridged. His father had continued the academic line, while his 5 uncles, like Franz Talbot, became hunters or farmers or both. So that by the time Peter Verswald, the present owner of the Victoria Sanatorium, grew up, the dichotomy was clear: doctor or farmer. In microcosm, this was the dichotomy of his race. He had chosen to be both. He had done brilliantly at university, and during all his time in Holland had longed for the semi-desert. Once returned, he had become a farmer, only to pine for the academic life. His present situation was a compromise. On the outskirts of Victoria, he owned a small farm of 1,000 morgen, and on it he grew vegetables and raised a few sheep, cattle, and hens. He was able to feed his patients fresh food, and whatever was left over he sold to the hotel. The reason he had chosen Victoria in which to live sprang from tragedy. He had married in his late 20s, and within a year his wife had contracted consumption. He had taken her to Switzerland for treatment on borrowed money, but in the expensive sanatorium in the Alps, she had shown no progress and slowly became weaker. He had taken her home to die. Instead, in the dry air of the Karoo, she had rallied and became well again. Then had come tragic irony. She had become pregnant and died of childbed fever in Cape Town Hospital. Now there were 3 patients in the sanatorium: Michael, the only man, and 2 women. The children's veranda was mercifully empty. The 2 ladies were Dutch and could speak no and speak no English. They would nod and smile at the gates until one died and was buried in the small dusty cemetery on the far side of the village, where the mica chips glared balefully in the blinding sunshine. Normally there would have been half a dozen or more patients escaping the damp climate of the Cape, but Victoria, though in the Cape Colony and therefore under British rule, was remote enough to make people apprehensive about going there in the present unrest. The months spent at Victoria with his son formed a strange hiatus in David's life. For the first time in many years, he had nothing to do. The New Chance mine ran itself under the direction of Dan Halkett. The financial side was looked after in London by a group of highly qualified directors. It was curious, he thought, that he did not feel worried at being out. Left out. He knew that other men in his position would hate to be away from the center of things, would fear the undermining of their position, be envious subordinates, or even suffer from a simple need to continue working, to make business great business for its own sake. None of these things applied to him. Removed from the world of business, removed almost from the world itself in the strangely isolated community, one day drifted into another. He had taken a suite of rooms at the hotel. After breakfast, he would walk a mile or 2 into the veldt while he smoked a cigar. Then take up the duties of the day. This meant being with Michael, reading to him, talking to him, doing crossword puzzles with him in 2 days old copies of the Cape Times and the Cape Argus. He took his luncheon at the sanatorium and would doze in an armchair, which had been put out on the veranda by Michael's bed. Then more reading, more talking, writing, and reading letters, back to the hotel to bath and change. He would have his dinner there, usually roast karoo mutton, and then he would walk back to the sanatorium. He might play a game of chess with Dr. Verswald or drink a glass of brandy with him while they talked. The 2 of them argued endlessly about the troubled times. It was the doctor's view that South Africa should have been left alone to find its own destiny as an agricultural community. It was David's that such a philosophy, while the world was pushing on into the industrial age, would leave the country a backwater, at the mercy of any major power. It was Dr. Verswald's contention that it was Britain's greed for gold which had brought about the present crisis, and that the lack of franchise for the Outlanders in the Transvaal was simply being used as an excuse for invasion. David's view was that Britain was in competition with other industrial powers, and that the resources of Africa were needed to maintain her position in the world. These conversations, more or less heated, ran in circles, just as they were going round and round in almost every small town and household in southern Africa. Families were becoming split in their loyalties. Some Boers who lived in the Cape Colony supported the British government, some the 2 republics. It looked as if the country was heading for a partial civil war. David was concerned, though not surprised, that in all his arguments Michael took the side of Dr. Verswald. The common room contained shelves of books, but few were in English, and so David telegraphed his secretary in Kimberley to send him what she could find. A week later 2 boxes arrived. She had done well. There were some of the more recent novels published in England, and there were also a few of the books that David himself had read in Kimberley. There was Mr. Trollope's account of his visit to the Diamond Fields, and there was also his favorite, Barchester Towers. For the first time in weeks, he was able to make Michael smile by reading him the account of the Proudie's inauguration party when Mrs. Proudie had lost her skirt. There were several novels of Dickens and a complete set of Gibbon which David had always meant to read. But the most important of all, still wrapped in oilskin, was the old Portuguese Bible which he had put in his desk the last time he had been in Kimberley. By its side was the Latin dictionary he had asked for. It was just the kind of mental challenge he needed in the circumstances, and he soon added his routine an hour at the text before breakfast while his mind was fresh. As the autumn days drew in, he found himself looking forward more and more to this particular task. He began to get up at 6:30, when he would ring for a pot of coffee and ask the waiter to make up the fire in his sitting room. Then, with his Latin dictionary, the Bible had a school exercise book, he would settle down at the table in front of the fire and begin to work. The translation went slowly, for the writing had faded so much over the years that even working with a large magnifying glass, it was often impossible to make out words. So, he bought some tracing paper and traced the outlines of difficult words. Then he would write down what they looked like. He might find several that resembled each other, and he would try each in the sentence to see if it made sense. Slowly, and with infinite patience, he began to fill the pages of his notebook. Some looked like mosaics, with large gaps in the sentences. He would return to these and experiment until he found the correct word. It was like doing a literary jigsaw. And one morning he sat back to read the first few pages, and the same excitement he had felt as the discovery of a diamond came over him. Hic Francisco Pater Rosary Sancti Rem Robo Nav Quadam Luminosa Senora da Coimbra no Fregata in Oris Africa Intercosum Solis et Merodeum Anno Domini MDLXXV I. I, Father Francisco of the Rosary, set down here the story of the wreck of the ship Nossa Senhora de Coimbra on the south-western coast of the country of Africa in the year of our Lord 1578. We had set sail from Goa in the Indies in November of the previous year. Our number was 153 passengers and crew, and 194 black slaves, thereby making a total of 347 souls. He read the description of the wrecking of the vessel, of the loss of Liver's crew and passengers came ashore, of the encampment on the beach, and of the sale of floods of foodstuffs by the sailor Barreto to those who could afford to buy. He entered a new and unexpected world. It was at once fabulous, and yet probably true, for when Father Francis described the country and animals, David recognized the accuracy of the writing. He knew there had been Portuguese wrecks on the east coast of Africa, for they were documented, but this was the first time he had heard of one on the southwest coast. His fascination with his task became so intense that many an evening, after seeing that Michael was settled for the night, he would give up the opportunity of arguing or playing chess with Dr. Ferrisfeld and return to the hotel to continue his work. Slowly, the picture of those tragic 16th century wanderers began to emerge. One after another, and then by fives and tens they dropped away in death until fewer and fewer struggled along the river. The description of the death of the former captain of the dockyard in Goa, the gross man in the brocade coat with the large cut glass buttons, he found particularly affecting. For Father Francis had stolen back along the track after Barreto had entered the camp, wearing the coat to give the dying man extreme unction, only to find the body already half eaten by animals. He had prayed over it and made a small cairn of stones to mark the place. It was this work of translation that saved David from declining into secret melancholy, for his son did not seem to be getting any better. The sanatorium was run on Spartan lines, and this, according to the doctor, was part of the cure. The food was simple, nourishing, and wholesome, the nursing adequate, but the one thing he could not understand was the doctor's obsession with fresh air. He recalled Lord Cowley talking of clean air. Dr. Verswald had taken this a step further. His patients lived on the verandas, sleeping out there as well, and now that autumn had given way to winter, the nights were bitter. The weather was much the same as David had become used to in Kimberley, still warm, golden winter days with frosty nights. The doctor assured him that this was a vital part of the cure. "We have to make his lungs strong," he explained. "His own body must fight the disease. There is nothing wrong with cold air. Damp air, yes, but cold, dry air is like a tonic." David began to grow used to the convolutions of Michael's disease. Convulsions of Michael's disease. Sometimes the boy would be gripped by a kind of euphoria. His cheeks would become quite pink as though with health. At others he would lapse into depression. Sometimes he coughed blood. Then for days, perhaps even weeks, there would be no sign of it. And David would tell himself that he was on the road to recovery. The postal service had improved greatly, and there was a regular supply of letters from England. Hilda wrote to David on family business, formal letters without warmth, and there was, of course, much official correspondence from London and Kimberley. Michael, too, received letters from his mother, curiously stiff and filled with admonishments, and also constant letters from Jewel. David began to notice that when he received one from her, it was like an injection of life force. He would be buoyed up for a day, perhaps even 2 or 3, before the disease pulled him down again. On his good days, he talked a great deal with Dr. Verswald, and it was through these talks they became acquainted with the doctor's part. Michael would question him about farming and medicine, always gently encouraged by Dr. Verswald himself. Towards the end of June, Don Halkett wrote asking David to come to Kimberley on urgent business. A conference had been held earlier that month in Bloemfontein between representatives of the 2 Boer republics and Great Britain, in an attempt to resolve the franchise problem in the Transvaal. It had begun with high hopes, but had come to nothing. And now Dan had written that he feared war might break out either that year or the next, and he was making contingency plans for the protection of the mine. David traveled up by train and was away for a fortnight. During that time, he was closeted with Dan in the building in the Detroitspan Road, discussing what supplies they needed. Their most immediate problem was coal. For all the machinery of the mine, including the lifts, which took thousands of black miners down into the galleries and brought them back to the surface again, was run by steam. The great boilers gobbled up coal at a ferocious rate. If the railway line was damaged, coal supplies would be cut off. Dan had bought up thousands of yards of barbed wire and thousands of grain bags which he was having filled with sand. It was typical of him, David thought, to plan for the future. He was one in a million, steady, rock solid, reliable. But for him, David might never even have known there were diamonds in the blue ground. He owed a great debt to Dan, which was why he had brought him into the company and given him stock. Dan's face had aged and become weather-beaten, but the eyes were still young and as steady as they had ever been. David thought it was a pity he had never married. He would have made a good husband and father. He lived now in a big house in Beaconsfield, one of the Kimberley suburbs, all by himself with a few servants, and read mining and engineering journals in the evening. A mine was his life. It was all he had after Joe Malone had died. Perhaps Joe was the reason he had never married. He had taken a long time to die. First it had been his liver, and then his kidneys. Dan had looked after him month after month in their big house, and hired the best medical attention, even brought up a renal specialist from Cape Town. When Joe died, Dan had become even quieter, something of a recluse, and the mine had become his life and his hobby. Discussing his preparations, David said, "You have certainly thought of everything, Dan. Though they don't seem to agree with you in the town." He had found, wherever he had gone, that people were dismissing the idea of Kimberley being in any sort of danger. Dan was sitting behind his desk, and now he looked down at his square, competent hands and said, "We're only a few miles from the Orange Free State border. I know for a fact that the Boers have spent more than £1 million with Creusot in France and Krups in Germany. They've got the latest field guns, some of them huge affairs, and the best machine guns. When I was in Johannesburg, they told me trainloads of Mausers had been bought in, and there's not a rifle in the world to beat a Mauser. They've ordered tents and food. I'm told there's even a German commando training in the Transvaal. On the British side, there are rumors that they're bringing over 3 regiments from India. There's talk of reinforcing Mafeking and Kimberley. The thing has its own momentum, David. It's like starting to push a boulder down a hill. It takes a lot to overcome the inertia, but once it moves, who can stop it?" It was a long speech for Dan, and he wasn't finished, for he paused and then said, "There's something I want to ask you. Have you been selling shares?" "Me? No." "Someone has. I know De Beers have bought a lot of new chance consoles recently." David's mind went back to his conversation with Isaac Asher in Amsterdam. "What about Jack?" Dan asked. "Maybe. He's spending money like water. Gambling, prize-fight wagers, tarts. It crossed my mind at the beginning that he should take a salary as well as stock like the rest of us, but no. I remember him saying, 'What? Pay myself wages? No bloody fear. What I want is stock.' He's bought an estate in Sussex and is turning it into a kind of animal park, spending a fortune on it." "Yeah, I heard about it," Dan said. "Well, the 3 of us are the main stockholders. If you haven't sold and I haven't, That only leaves Jack. I asked him. He denied it. I heard he has a man called Lisk working for him. I've never liked the man. Do you know him? Of him. His father used to work in the post office. He came out here as a kid, digger for a while, and tried his hand on the gold fields, then came back. People say he's been mixed up in several shady deals, but no one has been able to prove anything. I'll write to Jack, said David. We don't want to wake up one morning and find we owned body and soul by C.J. Rhodes, Dan said. It was while David was in Kimberley that he read in the local newspaper of the planned visit later that year of Madame Montadini. There had not been a single day since he had been with Lily in Amsterdam that he had not thought of her with longing and with guilt. He remembered how they had wandered like children through the city, unworried and unhurried. He thought of their naked bodies on the bed in the light-dappled room, but the memories had been distorted by the picture of his son lying ill in bed. He had not attempted to get in touch with her after his return to London. Now, wherever he went in Kimberley, there were reminders of her, places where he had seen her, heard her, spoken to her. Oh my goodness. When he returned to the sanatorium, he found Michael much worse. He had lost weight. His dark eyes were sunk into his skull. His hands on the coverlet were thin and bony skeleton's hands. They talked for an hour or so. David told him about his journey, then he asked how things had been going in Victoria. A new patient, an elderly woman, had arrived from the Cape. One of Dr. Fairfield's cows had died. One of the nurses had left. The Union Jack, which flew from the flagpole on the Lord Somerset Hotel, had been stolen one night, and the following morning the village had awakened to see the Veerclear, the Transvaal flag snapping at the masthead. So diminished had Michael's world become that these events seemed more interesting and more important to him than anything in Kimberley. Michael was visibly tired by talking, and David sat with him while he dozed. A little later, Dr. Versfeld came onto the veranda and said, "Walk with me." They walked out into the veldt on the cart track, the doctor puffing at his pipe, looking for all the world like a laborer talking to his employer. "He seems worse," David said. "That's what I wanted to talk to you about. You should be showing signs of improvement by now. What can be done?" It's difficult to know. He's a strong young man, physically and mentally, but it is as though the guttural voice paused. How can I put this about someone so young and with so much to look forward to? It is as though he has lost the will to fight. Do you understand what I mean? Yes. And you have to fight this disease. Is there anything you can think of that would restore his will? I don't know. He and his mother are not very close. Otherwise, we could ask her to come to him. While you were away, we talked. He told me of a young lady, the daughter of your partner, Jewel. They've been friends since childhood. Friends? Sounded more than friendship. They are very young. You don't believe that young people feel strongly? I know his mother doesn't. I've never given it much thought. Well, begin to give it some now, Mr. Cade. I don't see that. Uh, you mean you think their separation is why he's lost the will to fight? It could be. It is part of our adult philosophy to reserve some emotion for ourselves. One of them is strength of feeling. What can we do? I think if we want to save him, we must make a plan. He put his hand into his brown velveteen jacket and pulled out a piece of paper. This came while you were away. It is a letter from her. It was after he received it that he began to fail. I'm not ashamed to say I took it and read it. Now you must read it. Not here, in the hotel. David took the letter to his sitting room, shut himself in, and read. Dearest, there is no way. I have tried everything. Father is only interested in Rylands and the Sussex estate, and will not think of going to Africa, much less taking me with him. Mother shops and takes tea with the ladies in Knightsbridge. She says she will never go to Africa again. They will not allow me to visit grandmother by myself. The only way is for you to get well and come back. I pray for you every morning and evening. I look for your letters. When one comes, I take it to my room and look at it for a long while before I open it. Then I only read it bit by bit. Sometimes I can make it last a whole day. Oh my God. What can we do? Often I think we shall never see each other again. You say in your letters that you can think of dying without fear. I feel that too. If you were to go, I would not wish to stay. I haven't meant to write such a gloomy letter, but it is hard to be cheerful sometimes. David felt his eyes blur, and it was some moments before he could continue. If there was any way I could come to you, I would. You are so far away. If you were in Switzerland, my thoughts would reach you. But Africa? Perhaps I won't post this. I tell myself I must not be gloomy. But perhaps I will, because it says how much I miss you. Goodbye, dearest. I love you so much. Jewel. David sat for a long while with the letter in his hands. Then slowly he folded it and put it in his pocket. Sweet spaghetti sauce. I'll be right back. Right back. Okay. Oh, Zimbabwe. Oh, it's so laggy. Oh, hey, it's Zimbabwe. Let us continue. Let us continue. Where were we? Just give me a minute. I don't know why I'm doing this, but I just want to get better at reading. I just want to get better at reading. Hopefully, I can speak a little bit more fluently in English. So that's why I'm doing it. And if you can check out my my other live streams, it's basically just me doing this, trying to read a book, trying to get better at reading. They say it's never too late, so yeah. I'm gonna try and do. I still got like a few more books that I want to read. So after this, I'm gonna have to maybe change my thumbnail because right now it's Naruto. If you check the thumbnail, it's Naruto reading. So maybe it's gonna be Sasuke reading because this is the other one. This is the book I'm gonna be reading next. Saved by a Saint. So I'm gonna change it maybe to Sasuke or maybe Sakura. Yeah. Ooh, Zimbabwe. Okay. Oops. In that part of the Sussex Downs, which lies between Midhurst and the sea, there are valleys hemmed in by wooded hills, which are cut off from the rest of the country. Secretive, isolated places which can only be reached by rough tracks. Jack Farson owned one such valley. It was called the Rylands Estate, after old Lord Ryle, from whom he had bought it, and it covered an area of more than 5,000 acres. The house was large and built of napped Sussex flint, interspersed with a yellow Cotswold stone, with a red tiled roof and leaded lights. On a blazing summer morning, 3 heavy closed wagons were drawn up in line on the track that led to the house. They were surrounded by a group of about 24 people, half of whom were estate workers, the rest Jack Farson and his family and guests. Jewel was there, and so was Mary, who stood on the outskirts of the group. "All right?" Jack shouted. "Right, sir," his foreman answered. There was a thud and banging from the first wagon. Then the back door was partly opened, and the onlookers could see the ends of several trailing ropes. These were quickly grasped by the state servants. The door was fully opened, and out into the sunshine burst a grey and white shape with long, curving horns. A gasp went up, and then a ripple of applause. "What is it, Jack?" a man called. "Oryx, what we used to call a gemsbok out in Africa." The antelope with its beautiful masked face kicked and twisted, but the ropes held, and it was finally put through a narrow gate in a high fence and released to go springing and kicking on the lush green turf. They unloaded the second oryx and transferred it safely. Then the wagons ooh, moved along the track to a second gate, and a pair of black sable antelope were unloaded. The last wagon contained a male and a female ostrich, and these too were released. "We'll have to call you Noah," a voice called, and Jack laughed. Mary watched him with a stony expression on her face. He was in his element, bustling backwards and forwards, seeing to everything. She wished she had not come. She hated Rylands, but the idea of Jack being host to Lord and Lady Vernel and Sir Hugh Barber without her was unthinkable. The guests were a mixture of her friends and his, and she had come down to guard her interests, so to speak. It was as well she had, for Jack's friends included some from the fringes of the prize ring and a young woman called Violet who was certainly his latest tart. "Come on now," he said. "I'll show you around." He was like a child, she thought, a gross, purple-faced child with a new toy. He was even dressed for the part. Khaki trousers, boots, canvas puttees, plaid shirt, and a neckerchief. But it was all a charade, for the clothes were new. His boots had been handmade at Loeb, and there were stiff creases in his new shirt. He was playing at being in Africa, trying to turn the clock back. It might amuse the English, but it did not amuse Mary. She followed the group with Jewel at her side as Jack took them for a tour of the estate. He had turned the valley into a kind of Africa in Sussex. There were large fenced enclosures which contained African antelope, springbok, eland, roan, ruby, hartepierst, and half a dozen more species. There were ostriches, a pair of warthogs, a troop of a dozen baboons, and a cage of leopards. But the centerpiece was the lion enclosure, a small rocky knoll with caves in it, a ha-ha in front and a stout fence behind it. The caves were passageways into cages at the rear. All the boulders making up the knoll had to be brought by wagons, but they now managed to convey an impression of naturalness. And the 6 lions lying about in the noon sun appeared to have lived all their lives in Sussex. "That must have cost a fortune," a voice said, and Mary mentally agreed. The importation of the animals alone must have cost thousands, and when added to the creation of an animal park, the sum was astronomical. She had mentioned this to Jack once, and he had shrugged it off, saying, "There's plenty where that comes from." Well, she did not care what he did with his money, as long as he did not keep her short or interfere with number 32 Park Lane. He could buy up every animal in the world if he so wished. She had heard talks of him selling shares, but she did not understand the workings of the share market. Jewel was walking ahead of her with Sir Hugh Barber. He was a dry, thin-faced widower in his 40s, with a considerable fortune. Mary knew this because she had checked up on him, and as she did all bachelors and widowers who were under the age of 50 and who dined regularly at number 32. Sir Hugh was not perhaps an ideal match for Jewel. She would have preferred someone younger, but at least he was a baronet, and with Michael Cade ill in Africa, anything might be achieved. As they stopped to look at yet more antelope, her eyes dwelt on a dot. Her face was thinner, and some of the freshness had gone out of it. The hair had lost its shine. The eyes were sparkle. She was mooning after Michael, of course. Marie was sorry about his illness, but in many ways it had come as a blessing. It had broken at last the years of uninterrupted friendship. She remembered Jules' despair after David had taken Michael away, and the days when she and Jack had thought Jules herself was ill. Then later there had been her continuous nagging to go out to Africa. They had weathered both phases. She would forget him eventually. Young people always did when they were separated. Michael was not for Jules. Marie had not the least intention of allowing such a match, and nor she knew had Jack. The sun was falling directly onto her daughter's face, and she was able to inspect it closely without being seen. Every now and then she caught herself doing this, but really there was no longer any need. There was not the slightest hint about the lips, or the nose, or the hair, and the skin was as white as her youth's. There was nothing to suggest any irregularity in her ancestry. That water had disappeared from Marie's mind as soon as she had left Africa. But she had determined never to have another child. And if that meant refusing Jack his conjugal rights, that was simply unfortunate for him. Marrying him as a means of escape had been her object, nothing more. In the safety of England, she had decided that if she could marry Jewel off to one of the aristocrats who came to her house, and if she, Mary, never set foot again in Africa, there was no possible way anyone could discover her past. Luncheon was another attempt to push back the years, with the sheep roasted on a spit and the guests eating with their fingers. She heard phrases like al fresco and words like novel and amusing, and she thought that for these people it might be amusing, but the smell of mutton fat flaring on an open fire took her back to Portuguese Place and the blinding heat of the desert. She had no wish to be reminded. So she drank her champagne and kept her eye on Jewel, and saw that she in turn looked after Sir Hugh. A great deal of champagne was consumed in a short time, and after the meal was over, coffee was served in the shade of a spreading beech. "Come on now, Digger," one of Jack's raffish friends called out. "I know they call you Lucky Jack Farson. What's the secret? Tell us how you did it, so we can do it too." Jack sat in the middle of the group, his face blood red from the champagne and the sun. "Easy," he said. "All you got to do is bend down and pick up the diamonds." "Upon my word," Sir Hugh said, "you make it sound too simple." "I did pick up a diamond, and that's God's truth." Ella looked at him sharply. He never spoke about the diamond. "I thought I was a rich man when I found that stone." "So you were," a voice said. "Oh, no," Jack said. "Not then. Listen, I'll tell you what happened. Here's me with the best stone ever found in Kimberley. And you know what happens? God sent a thunderbolt." Someone laughed. "I mean it." Marie looked at him with distaste. He had drunk too much champagne too quickly, and now he stood in front of his guests, swaying slightly. "You could call a meteorite a thunderbolt," he rambled on, and Mary noticed Lisk was watching him, a thoughtful look on his foxy face. "But the real story only comes now," Jack said. "This is rich. This is." He told them how David had taken the stone, and had Bolton believe it had come out of New Chance. "He didn't lie, though. My partner's an upright man." He was slurring his words. Very upright, wouldn't lie. It just let out Balchan, put two and two together and make five. There was laughter. That's how the whole thing started. Where did you find it? So you asked. That'd be telling. We drank and said, My wife's never forgiven me for selling that stone. Heavy, my dear. She smiled as best she could. But I say, don't worry about it. Let it go. I don't like diamonds anyway. There was a burst of disbelieving laughter and he smiled. Hey, this is what I like. A few drinks with good friends. He caught sight of Jewel, stepped to her side and put his arm around her waist. Man's got to have friends, he said. This is Jewel. You all know Jewel. His speech was thick and he was mumbling. My best friend. When Jewel was a little girl, I used to carry her up here. He indicated his shoulders. A throne. Called her my little princess. Jack, he said. Sat up here and waved like royalty, just like a princess. But it cut across him. Jack. I think some people have to catch early trains. The party began to break up, and when the last carriage had gone, she said bitterly, Wow, that was a fine speech. Humiliating me and embarrassing Jewel in front of everyone. Jewel was standing a few paces away. It's all right, Papa. It is not all right, Marie said. It was disgusting. She turned and said to her daughter, Get ready, please. We're going up to town. The girl's eyes brightened momentarily, and she knew it was as a thought that might be a letter awaiting her from Michael. Your manners leave a lot to be desired, too, she said sharply. So he paid special attention to you today, and you ignored him. I don't like him, Mama. You don't like any of my friends. I can help it. Jules' lips tightened in a stubborn line, a facial expression she had inherited from her grandmother. Well, we'll have to change that, Marie said and herded her into the house. One of the servants was coming along the corridor holding an envelope. What is it? Marie said. Telegram for the master. It's just come. I'll take it. She turned back to Jewel. Hurry, please. She went up to her room to prepare for the journey. The envelope she held was open. Telegrams were unusual at Rylands. She pulled out the sheet of paper and saw that it had been sent from Victoria, Cape Colony, and routed via Cape Town, Durban, and Aden. Dear Jack, it said. Michael, desperately ill and sinking stop doctor here, believes presence of Jewel will make vital difference. Stop. Beg you, allow Jewel come to Victoria. Stop. Please. Do not repeat, not tell Hilda yet. Stop. I will write to her. Stop. Snell will make all arrangements for Jewel. Stop. Doctor says it is Michael's only chance. Stop. Do not fail us. Stop. David. She sat for some moments, digesting the words, feeling confused and angry. Then she heard Jules' step on the landing outside and made up her mind. She put the crumbled telegram in the fireplace and set it alight. Are you ready, Mama? Jules called. In a minute. She watched the paper burn to black ash. Ooh. it's starting to hurt. Where can I stop? Where can I stop? Should I continue? I think I'll be right back. Oh, oh, whew. I am back. Nobody cares, but I'm back. Man, how many more pages do I gotta read? How many more pages do I gotta read? Yeah. When the Twin Towers fell down, I was quite upset. Tell me. Okay. Are we ready? 2 days later, Jules stood at the windows of the conservatory in London, watching, watching, watching rain run down the glass. It was mid-morning and the house was silent. The father was still at Rylands, the mother at her dressmaker's in South Molton Street. The first post had come without a letter from Michael. Now she awaited the second. There had been no word from him for more than a month. Usually she received at least one letter a week, and sometimes two. She told herself that anything might have happened. A ship might have sunk or been hauled up in some way. The growing tension in Africa might have caused a delay. She could not think how, but it was possible. Or a letter might simply have been lost. One heard of such things happening. There were two possibilities she rigorously excluded from her thoughts. One was that for some reason Michael did not choose to write to her any longer, and the second was that he was unable to write because his illness had grown worse. Whenever these thoughts appeared, she would switch to a fantasy which seemed more and more real the greater her need became. Michael had not written because he had made a miraculous recovery, had left Victoria, boarded a ship, and was even at this very moment alighting from the boat train at Waterloo and hailing a hansom cab to come to her. Each time she indulged the fantasy, her ears would become especially sensitive to the sounds of wheels on the gravel outside. Often she would go to the upstairs balcony and watch the stream of hansoms come up from Piccadilly, as though she could recognize the one bringing Michael. It might have made things better if she had had anyone to confide in, but there was no one. All she had ever wanted, as far back as she could remember, was Michael. Her entire childhood had been lived in his shadow. In their lives, they had seemed to have many partings, but they had been nothing compared with his present absence. She had gone down to Southampton to say goodbye to him. Some troops were also sailing, and there had been streamers and a band playing. Michael had held one end of a pink streamer, and she the other, and the tugs had moved the liner into Southampton water, and Michael had looked so small and weak standing by the rail on the upper deck, and then all the streamer had snapped, and she felt that something inside her had broken too. Her ears, attuned to the mythical cab, heard a sound of footsteps on the gravel, and her heart gave a sudden lurch. Was she dreaming, or could it? It was too early for the second post. She ran across the front hall and flung open the big door, but it was not Michael standing there. Oh, Mr. Snell. Good morning, Jewel. May I come in for a moment? She took him through to the drawing room. She liked Mr. Snell. He was small, with a round red face. He could be choleric, but she knew that both her father and Uncle David thought highly of him. He was a lawyer, and one of the most important figures in New Chance. No one at home then, except me. He had a habit of extending his lower lip, and he was thinking, and he did this now. Then he said, "Well, since it concerns you, perhaps you can advise me. We have arrangements to make." Arrangements? Travel bookings, finding a chaperone, packing, a whole host of things, and time is of the essence. Mr. Snell, I don't understand anything you've said. Not a word. His lower lip was pushed out, then drawn back. Didn't your father... I suppose you are going. Going where? The cable. Didn't your father get a cable from your Uncle David? He began to search through his pockets. Suddenly she was frightened. This is a duplicate, Mr. Snell said, handing it to her. He had it sent to me as a precaution. You can see how serious the matter is. Jill read the cable. Fear turned to terror. She began to shake. "It must have gone astray," she said, and heard her voice as though from a distance. The fear came in waves, gripping her stomach and making it difficult to breathe. "We have to act quickly," he said. "Michael is obviously in a bad way." "Yes. Perhaps I should go ahead and make a booking. The ships are said to be full of troops, and it may take some time." "Yes." Her mind was racing ahead, testing plans, rejecting them, thinking of others, testing those, finally adopting one. "I'm sorry to bring you in such bad news, but I must say you've taken it with courage," he said, "just as I would have expected from Jack Farson's daughter." "Thank you." "I'll be in touch with your father." After he had gone, she went up to her room and stood staring out at the rooftops. She thought, she thought of the telegram arriving at Rylands, of her mother reading it in her bedroom and deciding to sacrifice Michael. A dry sob racked her body and she put her hands up to her face. But there were no tears. She had no time for tears. She was in the grip of a cold rage. She would never forgive her mother for what she had tried to do. But for the moment she pushed all such thoughts aside. All thoughts aside. She had made a plan, somewhat sketchy, but it was the best she could think of. She put it into action. First, she packed a small suitcase with the necessities. She knew she could not not take much, for that would look suspicious. Then she took a hat box from the top of her wardrobe. Under the hats and under the tissue paper were a pile of Michael's letters tied with a ribbon. She packed them. Then from a jar of pot-pourri on her dressing table she extracted some that glittered in the morning light. It was the diamond Uncle David had brought her back from Amsterdam. She put it in her purse, put on her hat and coat, and rang for Cummings. "Please tell my mother I've gone as planned. I'm going to spend a couple of days with Miss Margaret Cade," she said. "Very good, miss. Shall I get you a cab?" He saw her into the hansom, and while she settled back against the leather seat, gave the driver the Cade's address in Hampstead. She let the cab get almost to Marble Arch before she said, "I've changed my mind. Take me to Hatton Garden." From Hatton Garden, where she sold the diamond, she went to the offices of the Union Steamship Line in Fenchurch Street in the City. They had a vessel, the Scott, sailing for the Cape of Good Hope the following day. The only place available was in a woman's 12-berth dormitory cabin in steerage. She did not hesitate. The clerk made out her ticket and told her the boat train left the following morning at 10. She thanked him and took a cab to Waterloo. She caught a train to Southampton and asked the station master for the name of a decent hotel. By mid-afternoon, she was in her own upstairs room with a view of the docks. A dozen ships lay at anchor in Southampton water. A dozen more were tied up alongside the quays, loading or unloading. She had found out which was the Scot, and now she pulled a chair to the window and sat staring at the busy, smoke-laden scene. She was hardly aware of her surroundings. She was, for all intents and purposes, already in Africa. Oh, feels so good. Ooh, this is a lot of pages. This is a lot of pages. This is a lot of pages. Christ almighty, Jack said. Did you really think you could keep something like this to yourself? It was 2 days later. He and Marie were in the drawing room. I thought it was for the best, she said. The best? Who are you to judge what's best and what isn't best for my daughter? He waved the duplicate cable in her face. It's me who makes decisions in this family. Did you want her to marry him? Of course I don't want her to marry a Jew, he shouted. Well, that's what'll happen now if we're not careful. We could have talked about it, sent her away somewhere, anything. Instead, you forced her to take things into her own hands. What are you going to do? Should we tell the police? Of course not. Not yet, anyway. We can guess what she's going to do. Lisk came in with a snarl. Well, Jack said. She sailed yesterday, the Scott, Union Line. Are you sure? Her name's on the passenger list, Steerage. Steerage? Marie said. Jack ignored her. Can we stop the ship? It's too late. Where does she call? Madeira and Freetown. Okay. Can we cable the British consul to hold her? He asked now. The ship? No, Jewel. They've got no power to take her off. Jack paced the room like one of his caged leopards at Rylands. There must be a bloody way, he shouted. His face was arched with purple and red patches. He rubbed his jaw. After a moment, he said to Lisk, Get Mr. Farson and me a passage on the first ship. And one for yourself. Don't let them tell you they booked up. Buy the bloody ship if you have to. I'm not going, Marie said. You'll damn well come, Jack said. It's all you're doing anyway. I'm not coming, Jack, she said softly. No matter what you say or do, I'm not coming. Why are you so ugly? The countryside around Victoria was found by people of Dutch extraction. Most were. Oh, you just gotta laugh. Most were Boer sympathizers. We may be in the Cape Colony, Dr. Versveld said to David, but our hearts are in the Transvaal. There were only 6 resident English in the village. The postmaster, the bank manager, the owner of the tea room, the owner of the hotel, and a husband and wife who ran a small school. They had all been accepted and integrated into the village, and were as much a part of it as the Boers or the servants. And even as political events became more and more unstable, the people of Victoria remained on good terms. Then something happened to change that a story appeared in one of the Cape papers, which reached Victoria 2 days later, of a particularly brutal crime in Johannesburg. A private boarding house owned and run by an Afrikaner family had burned down, killing the owners and 5 guests. A total of 8 people, including the owner's 17-year-old son. It was thought that the wooden-built structure had been set alight by a group of drunken British outlanders. Later proved not to have been the case. The reason Victoria was affected was that one of the dead was the sister of the local baker. When the news reached the village, a group of young farmers were drinking in the hotel bar. Above them, like a taunt, flew the Union Jack. When they had had enough to drink, they pulled down the flag, burnt it in front of the hotel, and then went home. The following morning, a new Union Jack was flying in its place. Word got about. That night it was pulled down and set alight, but not completely burned. Mr. Benson, the hotel keeper, a short, grizzled old man with an explosive temper, managed to get it up the flagpole, and there, charred and marked by fire, it hung. Then he put a sign up in the bar which said, "Important notice, anyone touching the flag will be shot." Later he was seen sitting on the veranda of the hotel with a shotgun on his lap. On his chest he was wearing a medal which people said he had worn in the Crimean War. No one took him seriously, for he was nearly 80. Later that night another attempt was made to remove the flag, and he shot a man from the upstairs window. No great damage was done, for the lead pellets had been removed from the cartridge and replaced by pieces of rock salt. By the time David, who had been awakened by the noise, came downstairs, the young man had fled, including the one who had been hit and who was later treated by Dr. Verswald for his sore and lacerate bottoms. That shot was the start of hostilities in Victoria. The two communities, the small Boer one and the tiny English one, regarded each other with growing suspicion, which turned into dislike and eventually hatred. A series of incidents occurred. The bank manager had a white bull terrier, of which he was inordinately proud, and which had for years been the terror of the local dogs. One afternoon, soon after the burning of the flag, the dog was found dead in the yard behind the bank. It had bled badly from the mouth and rectum, and when Dr. Verswald opened the animal at the request of the local policeman, it was discovered that someone had mixed ground glass with its food. Then came the withdrawal of children from the school. Most of them were the sons and daughters of local farmers, and one day they did not appear at school. The two teachers, seeing that their future was bleak, if not downright dangerous, closed the school and left for the peace of Cape Town. The tea room, the John Bull Cafe, which was the focus for farmers and their families when they came to the village, found itself boycotted, and within a few weeks it too closed for good. If Michael was stronger, I would suggest you make arrangements to have him moved, Dr. Verswald said to David. When people start this sort of thing, there's no telling where it will stop. In the outside world, a world which David read about in the newspapers which reached them from Cape Town, a world becoming more and more remote the longer he remained in Victoria, things were also getting worse. Shares had fallen on the London Stock Exchange. Dispatches from the British High Commissioner were published in which he stated to the British government, The spectacle of thousands of British subjects kept permanently in the position of helots, constantly chafing under undoubted grievances, grievances, and calling vainly to Her Majesty's government for redress, thus steadily undermined the influence and reputation of Great Britain with the Queen's dominions. Mercenaries smelling a profitable war were beginning to arrive from every country in Europe. One evening in July, about 3 weeks after he had sent the cable to Jack, David said goodnight to Michael, whose bed had been moved now into the glassed-in section of the veranda, and went into the common room, where Dr. Verswald was reading a medical journal. "He seems weaker," David said. The doctor put down the journal. "You've heard nothing?" "Not a word," replied David bitterly. "Maybe the army is delaying civilian cables. Maybe. But I'm not sure it would help now, anyway. You mustn't give up hope. It is astounding how the disease can change if the will is there. You know, Mr. Cade, we're only just learning about the part the mind plays in these matters. Out here, people die for no reason that we doctors understand. If they believe they are going to die because an evil spirit has entered their bodies, they turn to the wall, and die. It's all in the mind. And if the mind can kill you, it can also make you well. I've seen miracles, curses, just because a patient believed he would get well. That is the problem. Belief. Will. Call it what you like. At that moment they heard the noise of a galloping horse. It was an unusual sound at that time of night when Victoria was as still as the grave. A stone came crashing through the window. Salvers of glass spattered the room. Both men leaped to their feet. "Are you all right?" Dr. Verswald said. "Yeah." David brushed glass fragments from his waistcoat, then bent to pick up the stone. It was wrapped in white paper on which there was writing, but it was in Dutch. He passed it to the doctor, who read it, then crumpled it up and threw it in the fire. "What does it say?" "I think you can probably guess." "But why you? You're one of the most respected men in the district." And then he knew why. "It's us, isn't it? It's because we're here." "It's all the times, Mr. Cade. These people aren't really like this at all." Later David walked thoughtfully to the hotel. Dr. Verswald had wanted to accompany him, but he had been firm. He was not really frightened, and anyway the doctor was needed by his patients. The dirt road was silent. Frost glittered on the grass that grew near the river. His footsteps rang like iron. He walked past the John Bull Cafe, its door padlocked, one of its shutters hanging open drunkenly, and turned into the hotel. An old Hottentot waiter lay sleeping on a pile of sacks behind the desk. David stretched over the desk and took his key. He made up the fire in his room and stood by it, warming himself. He pulled his writing table towards the heat and began to work on his translation of the old Portuguese Bible. Again, the epic march along the Orange River, all those hundreds of years before, forced his thoughts away from worry about his son and the bitterness he now felt towards Jack Farson. He worked until nearly midnight and then went to bed. He woke in the small hours. He lay in the icy bedroom, gripped by a sense of unease. Perhaps it was his imagination, perhaps his feeling of worry had been heightened by what had happened earlier. He turned on his side and closed his eyes. Almost immediately they snapped open. There was something wrong. he sniffed. That was it. He was smelling smoke that was pouring from the cafe, and he could see flames the shapes of pepper trees across the road. His sitting room had a window which overlooked the rear garden of the hotel. It also overlooked the back of the John Bull Cafe. Smoke was pouring from the cafe, and he could see flames beginning to lick up the walls. Others were awake now, for he heard shouts and running footsteps. The flames and the smoke brought back an old forgotten terror. He was smelling again the smoke, hearing again the shouts, feeling again the terror of the pogrom in Kiev. He never knew how long he stood at the window in a state of suspended animation, but when he returned to the present, he saw flames beginning to envelop the wooden wall of the hotel. Panic caught him. He ran to the door and was about to dash down the corridor when he remembered his belongings. He grabbed a suitcase and threw into it his personal papers, the Bible, his translation, the dictionary, and the clothes in the wardrobe. Then, somewhat calmer, he made his way down into the lobby and out into the road, which was filled with the other guests and folk from the village. Some had started a bucket chain from the river nearby, but at this time of year there was almost no water in it. In any case, the fire had too firm a grip, and soon the hotel was burning like a torch. But the villagers did not give in. They fought the blaze throughout the night and into the morning. It seemed as though everyone, including some of the neighboring farmers, came to help. David joined the chain and passed on the heavy wooden buckets until he thought his arms would pull out of their sockets. Eventually, as dawn came, the water supply dwindled, and the buckets finally stopped moving. The crowd stood in silence and watched the old building destroy itself. He found himself next to Dr. Verswald. His face was streaked with dirt, and his beard was covered in grey ash. They stood with a silent crowd until finally the doctor said, "Come, you'll stay with me now." David was too tired to argue. He lifted his suitcase and walked to the sanatorium. Dr. Verswald said, "They're ashamed. They know what they've done. There'll be no more trouble." But David took no comfort from the words, for while he had been watching the hotel burn down, a question had entered his mind. Had the hotel been burned down because of old Mr. Benson and the flag, or had it been because he, David Cade, was living there? And if that was so, was it because he himself was an outlander who had become wealthy? Or was it because he was English? Or because he was a Jew? Or was it a combination of them all? He knew one thing. He had to get Michael away, for he knew that this had been, in a sense, a pogrom, and with his experience and knowledge, he had no faith that it had ended. But how could he take Michael away when the very act of removing him from danger might kill him? As they reached the gate of the sanatorium, he noticed that the early mail cart was coming across the veldt from the direction of Victoria Halt. He wondered if there would be any letters for Michael. There had been nothing from Jewel for weeks. He paused at the gate, debating whether to go straight to the post office just in case. Then he noticed that the cart was heading in their direction and that there was a passenger seated next to the old colored driver. "I think you have another patient," he said. "I wasn't expected." The passenger waved. David sensed rather than saw who it was. He dropped his suitcase and ran onto the veranda. Michael was lying on his side, staring at nothing. "What was all the noise?" he said. David said, "You have a visitor." He handed Michael his hairbrush. "Who is it?" Who, above everyone, would you want? They heard the gate creak, and then the driver calling to the horse and the crack of his whip. You're lying, Michael said. It couldn't be. A door slammed, and suddenly Jewel was on the veranda. I came as quickly as I could, she said. Ooh, okay, getting interesting. Okay. Uh, yeah. getting cool. Okay, I'm back. I tried to get myself a jersey. It's getting cold. It's getting cold. Are we still lagging? I don't know. Just a few more pages. Just a few more pages. How many pages left? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Just a few more. Just a few more pages. Well, come up. There we go. Just a few more pages. Come on. And then we're entering. Okay. Then we're entering part 2. Oh, my throat is. Oh. Okay. Let's continue. It was early October, and spring at Portuguese Place was well advanced. The mimosa trees were putting out new yellow-green leaves, and tender thorns, soft and pliable in their infancy. The desert was covered with flowers, yellow daisies, purple everlastings, and the hot pinks and mauves of mesembryanthemums. Susan had picked a posy of wildflowers and had walked down to the river with Michael and Jewel. "You two go on," she said. "Grandfather's grave," Jewel said. "Yes. Now don't tire," she laughed. "Listen to me. I shouldn't be giving advice to the nurse." She turned off the path and went to the grave, or at least the area where they had buried Franz. She no longer knew exactly where the grave was, for in the times she now thought of as her last days, wind, rain, and animals had obliterated all traces of it. But she knew more or less where it had been, and she found the jam jar which she used as a vase, threw away the flowers she had placed in it a few days before, filled it at the river, and arranged the posy. Then she returned it to the pile of stones which kept it upright and secure. She stood with head bowed, said a short prayer, and walked back to the house. Susan was now in her 70s. Her short, square body had lost weight, and she stooped slightly. Her left arm had never recovered, and she walked stiffly because both hip joints were painful. Her skin had become even more like the skins of Bushmen and Hottentot women, but there was still a resemblance to the Susan of the early days. The clear, steady eyes, the firm line of the mouth. She had endured. But it had not always been so. Earlier that year, Perry had become ill with a fever. She had brought him into the house to nurse him. The old man was almost blind and talked continuously about the early days when he had been Frank Darport's boy, and they had hunted the fowl together. She had nursed him for more than a month in blinding heat, one of the hottest spells ever known in the area, and so dry that the river had almost ceased flowing. The heat and the heavy work and the lack of food had brought on a kind of breakdown. Her mind seemed to become slower and slower until it had stopped. She remembered waking up, if that was the phrase. One day down by the river with Hans Lessing's old Helmut's eldest boy standing over her. He had taken over the Lessing farm and had come to tell her that he had found some of her sheep straying through the broken fences onto his land. She knew she must have looked strange, almost frightening. Grey hair, hoary, dress torn and stained, eyes wild. He had carried her up to the house and had found Moperi's dead body. He must have died a day or two earlier. Hans buried the old Basutu. Then he hitched up the cart and wanted to take Susan into town, but she had resisted. I'm all right now, she had said. It must have been the heat. What worried her was the thought that it might not have been the first time she had had a blank spell, and this was confirmed on the next occasion she went down to Frank's grave. The cross had been knocked down, perhaps by sheep, and then flood water had carried it away. She knew this must have happened in a lost period, for she had no memory of a storm. She was alone on the farm except for a herd boy who looked after the sheep, and the thought of such things happening to her mind terrified her. She remembered the look in Hans Lessing's eyes when he had found her. Did he think her demented? Or was it that he considered she had become a poor white? Or both? He was a good boy. Although he was now in his late 30s, she still thought of him as a boy. From the day he had found her wandering down by the river, he had made it a special duty to come over to Portuguese Place at least once a week to find out if she was all right. He took the opportunity to bring with him some potatoes or a haunch of venison, some coffee perhaps, or green vegetables, something for her table. Old Helmut Lessing was dead these 5 years, kicked to death by a horse that had gone berserk in his smithy. But sometimes when Hans called, she seemed to see the old man again, the square, powerful body and the bearded face, and would remember the days when the Lessings and the Jordans had first come to the Green River Valley. "I've come to feed you up, Aunt Susan," Hans would say, unslinging the bag of groceries or whatever it was and carrying it into the house. This was all she would accept from him. He had tried to persuade her to borrow a few of his servants, but she was adamant. Nor would she sell up and move into town as he wanted her to. "Don't you think you have worked hard enough?" he would say. "Don't you think it's time to rest?" But what if she sold Portuguese Place and Jewel came back? She remembered the child so clearly she could almost reach out and touch her. She remembered taking her down to the breakfast pool and letting her play in the sand and make splashes in the water. She remembered walking with her along the river looking for wild honey. She remembered bathing her at night in the old zinc bath and tucking her into bed and reading to her by the lamplight. Jewel was everywhere, in the house, on the veranda, down by the river. Even when her granddaughter was a baby, she had begun to rekindle the plans she had formed for life, which had been smashed so badly. In her imagination, it was Jewel and her husband who would give life back to Portuguese Place. But then had come catastrophe. Jack and Mary had gone to live in England and had taken Jewel with them. For a long time she had given up hope. But with the letters, hope had been rekindled. For Jewel had asked constantly about the farm and the house and the river. It was plain to Susan that most of the childhood memories had never faded. As the years passed, as Moperi had grown weaker, she had still clung to her great dream, the dream she had always had of continuity, of a family at Portuguese Place, of children again. But at last the dream, starved of anything but hope, had begun to die, and so had Susan. She had started to deteriorate physically and mentally. Then the miracle had happened. She had been sitting in a chair on the stoop in the warm sunshine when she had woken suddenly, and there, standing in front of her, was Jewel. For a dreadful moment she had thought she might be hallucinating. Then her granddaughter had stepped forward, taken her hands, and kissed on her cheek, and there was nothing of the ghost about her. "I have brought Michael," Jewel said. "He's very ill." From that moment Susan's life changed. She had risen stiffly and followed Jewel to the back of the house, and there she had Michael and David. She would never have recognized Michael. He was so thin. His eyes were buried in his head, surrounded by purple smudges. What was it Franz had said that time Jack had come to convulse us? "He is as thin as a winter lamb." Michael was even thinner, and she shivered in the heat as she looked at him. She reached the house and climbed up the steps onto the stoop. Now look at him. She could see them walking through the trees by the river. That was the second miracle, Michael's recovery. It had only been 5 weeks, and he was completely a different person. And so was Susan. It was ironic, she thought, that Michael's illness had done her good. It had forced her to take a grip on herself, forced her out of the apathy into which she had fallen. She felt a blush of shame now as she thought of the day they arrived, for she had read in their faces, especially in David's, something akin to disgust. She had realized that her clothes were not as clean as they might have been. And then when she took them into the house, she saw through their eyes the dust and the dirt, the broken windows, the spider webs. "I don't go into these rooms," she had said defensively. But when they went into the one room into the house that she did occupy, where she lived and slept and ate, it was worse than the others. The bed was unmade, her clothes were strewn about, and some of the food had gone bad. It was then she realized how far she had let herself go. She knew David was about to take Michael back to Kimberley, and she had said hastily, "I'll soon get this cleaned up." "I'll help you," Jill said. That is how it had started. Jill had worked and she had worked, and even David had taken off his jacket, and by the following day the house was clean. And if it did not resemble its former self, at least it was neat. As she worked, as she was forced to think ahead, her mind became clearer. She had always been a good organizer, and now she found the talent returning to her. She had the trap harnessed up and went into Kimberley for supplies for the first time in 6 months. She found that the town was very different from the last time she had seen it. She knew from Hans Lessing that there was trouble between the Boer republics and the British government, but she had been so cut off physically and mentally from the mainstream of life that she had hardly taken in the news. But now, seeing the sandbags and the barbed wire, the lookout towers, the strutting soldiers, she realized that things must have become a great deal worse than she had imagined. But again, her own affairs held her interest, and she knew that whatever happened, she would be safe enough. Her neighbors were Afrikaners, and in sympathy with the Boer cause. So was she, for that matter. But she had lived on the farm most of her life, and they were her friends. In any case, she was an American. Nor did she fear the British side for being an English speaker and an old woman. She assumed she would be totally ignored. They could have their war. if that's what they wanted. She had Jewel and Michael, and Portuguese Place was remote enough for them not to have to bother. No one, in any case, was going to harm a young girl and a sick young man. David had stayed on the farm for nearly 3 weeks while Michael started making his dramatic recovery. He had told her about Dr. Versfeld, and how he had said this was possible, and how he had not really believed him. "I wish he could be here now," he said to Susan. "I wish he could see what we're seeing." Each day Michael seemed to gain in strength. His eyes lost the dark smudges and no longer seemed so far back in his skull. He coughed less. Days passed, and there was no blood. He began to eat well, and Hans Lessing brought over a cow so that he could have fresh milk. Michael and Hans had formed a friendship, and Susan watched it grow with approval. At first, Hans was shy with Michael, who came from a big city and who had had an education far wider than that of a simple farmer. But slowly, the barriers broke down, and Hans began to talk of taking Michael fishing and hunting when he grew better. Susan was reminded of the days when her husband had taken Hans along with him. As his strength increased, Michael began to ask Hans about farming, and the two would have long discussions about tipping sheep and growing maize, the possibility of cultivating cotton in the valley, new breeds of cattle unsuitable to the dry conditions. "He used to talk like this to Dr. Versfeld," David said. "Maybe this is what he wants." Secretly, Susan prayed that it was. Within a fortnight of arriving, Michael was beginning to take short walks along the stoop. It was like watching a tree that one had thought dead, suddenly putting out buds and breaking into a new leaf. Jewel had made the difference. For the first 2 weeks, she hardly left Michael's side. She would sit with him hour after hour, holding his hand or reading to him. Susan wondered if there was some form of electricity or life force, some power in her aura which she was transmitting to him, for there was no other explanation. Now she went into the house and prepared the tea things, for it was nearly 4 o'clock, and David sometimes came out on Thursdays. She liked that. It added one more to the family. Sometimes late at night, before she went to sleep, she thought how lucky she was having a family again. Even if she died tomorrow, she would have had that. It was not the family she had planned, but God had granted her a different way of finding her dream, and she was more than content. She returned to the stoop. Michael and Jewel had turned away from the river and were walking towards the house. To her right, lines of sheep were going down to drink. It was a peaceful sight. And even as she looked out over the farm, as Franz had liked to do, she saw away to her left a small cloud of dust that indicated David's trap. He stopped to open the home camp gate, took the trap through, closed it again, and came on. She waited for him, and he joined her on the stoop. "Look at them," she said, pointing with her stick towards Jewel and Michael. "Yeah, I never thought I'd see it." But his face was drawn and his eyes were worried. Then he said, "Jack left Cape Town last night." They had been waiting for him. He cast a long shadow, and it had lain over them, tempering in some degree the happiness they were all experiencing. She knew that David had been in touch with him by letter and cable, both from Victoria and then from Kimberley, telling him that Jewel was now with her grandmother at Portuguese Place and that he need not worry about her. There had been no reply to any of these communications, but they had known he was on his way because Mr. Snell in London was in constant touch with Kimberley. Sometimes David's face wore a worried frown, as it did now. And Susan had known what he was thinking. So had Jewel, for she had said one evening, "I'll never leave Michael. No one can make me." David had smiled at her, but Susan knew what was going on in his mind. If a father wished to take custody of his 18-year-old daughter, who could stop him? Mmm, mmm. Who could? Who could indeed? Okay, okay. Oh man, almost there. The finish line. Oh. Clickety clack, clickety clack. The train labored up the, the gradient. Jack Farson sat sweating in his first-class compartment. Opposite him, Lisk was packing his nightclothes and closing the suitcase. They were due in Kimberley in an hour, but since they were already 2 hours late, there was no telling when they might arrive. In spite of the direct October sunlight making the compartment even hotter, Jack kept the window open and the blind up. He sat staring at the harsh semi-desert through bloodshot eyes. The countryside was familiar. He could see the hills through which he and David had walked all those years before on the way to the diggings. He thought he could smell the faint herby smell of the karoo bush and feel the desert grit between his teeth. He expected round every bend to see Portuguese Place, yet he knew that the railway line passed nowhere near it. He would have to go there tomorrow, perhaps even this afternoon. He would be seeing it for the first time for nearly 20 years, even since he and Mary had ridden away and abandoned Susan on the derelict farm. The memory of those days had never left him. One picture in particular, the old woman sitting in her chair watching him smash down the walls of the house, silent, implacable, accusing. He had never rid himself of it. It burned away inside him like acid. Deep down, he realized how he had ruined the relationship between himself and Susan. Because of his inability to trust, he had abused hers. Sometimes, when these thoughts emerged, he would find himself as weak and vulnerable as a small boy, and with the same desperate feelings of a child who gradually learns that there are some things that can't be changed. Some occasions when no second chance is offered, when you have to live with your actions. But he had found a way of overcoming these thoughts by unleashing another emotion: anger. Now, with relief, he allowed it to flood his mind. He had been angry from the moment he knew what Jewel had done. He saw her defection as a revolt against him personally. And for what reason? He was her father, he had given her everything, and he loved her as he loved no one else. Why had she done such a thing to him? It was a question that had haunted him for the past 2 months. Months of frustration which had started when Lisk had been unable to obtain berths on any of the Union or Castle ships because of the pressure of military needs. Not even Jack's powerful commercial position cut much ice with the War Office, which had commandeered several ships to take troops to South Africa. He had been forced to travel to Bremen and sail in the Norddeutsche Voyageship Colonel, She was due to call briefly in at Walfish Bay in German Southwest Africa, but had developed engine trouble and was there for a week before continuing to the Cape. It was a terrible week. So nothing to do except stare at the burning sands of the Namib Desert. Lisk spent most of the time panting on his bunk, but just roamed the deck, unable to sit still even in the heat. He had tried to knock himself out with whiskey and schnapps, but instead of sending him to sleep, the liquor had brought on the pains in his gut. It had taken a week to reach the Cape once the engines had been patched up, and he had spent a further 2 weeks there trying to get a seat on the train going north. Again, the tug of war had caused a scarcity of rolling stock for passengers, but at last he had managed it. And now for 2 seemingly endless days, they had been traveling slowly across the Karoo Desert. Here were the open spaces, the huge blue skies, the harsh sunlight, the violent extremes he had longed for in the smoky streets of a London winter, yet he was unable to enjoy them. In the dry heat, his cigars became like brittle paper and tasted foul. He could not eat with any enjoyment because of the wind pains in his stomach which followed each meal, so there was only whiskey. To be sure, that aggravated his condition, but provided he drank enough he found he could endure it. In spite of the fact that it was barely mid-morning, he had already had several whiskies, and now he bought himself another. Lisk heard the clink of the bottle on the glass and turned. Want one? Jack said. It's a bit early for me. Never too early for a digger. But never mind. You're more of a paper boy anyway. He drank and stared out of the window. The whiskey calmed him. This was the characteristic of the journey as a whole. Anger had alternated with periods of calm, during which he acknowledged to himself that it was not David's fault, nor Michael's fault, that Jewel had left home. He knew that if the positions had been reversed, he would have gone down on his knees to David. When Jewel had been ill with diphtheria, he would have made any sacrifice to save her. There was a rattle at the door, and it was pulled back. The conductor, a portly, red-faced, self-important man, stood in the corridor. Good morning, Mr. Farson, sir. We'll be in Kimberley in half an hour. I'm sorry about the delay, but I hope everything else has been to your satisfaction, sir. No complaints, Lisk. Lisk opened his wallet, took out... No complaints. Lisk? Lisk opened his wallet, took out a 5-pound note, and gave it to the conductor. That's very generous, sir. Very generous indeed. Thank you. What's the news? Jack said. News? About the war. Oh, there won't be any war, sir. The Boers have given the British an ultimatum. An ultimatum? Imagine that, sir. Why, the British government... I know about the ultimatum. Has there been any reply? I don't know, sir. But they say that the Boers in the Orange Free State aren't going to fight. They've left the Transvaal isolated. They say old President Kruger is the only one there who wants war. They say 10,000 British troops have been landed in Natal. Who are they? People in the know, sir. Jack looked away. Rumors. That's all one heard these days. The war could come or not. He didn't give a damn. He had his own problems. There was no one at the station to meet him. Are you sure you sent a telegram, Lisk? He said angrily. Yes, sir, but We're 2 hours late. That's no bloody reason. I'm going to the Grand. You see about the baggage. He walked across town in the noonday heat. Away to his left, a group of townspeople were drilling on the square, each carrying a sporting rifle. He was aware that there were barbed wire barricades and that some of the shops were sandbagged, but otherwise, Kimberly did not seem to think war was imminent. He took the top suite of the Grand Hotel, the suite he and Mary had taken all those years before when they had bathed in soda water. Now the suite had a proper bathroom, and he decided to use it before doing anything else. He gave himself a drink and sipped it while he lay back in the warm water. The bastards might have checked the train time, he thought. His mind was fuddled with whiskey, but he began to try and work out some kind of a plan. First of all, he'd go to see David. No, why the bloody hell should he go anywhere? Let David come to him. Lesk, he shouted. There was no reply. He finished bathing and went back into his sitting room. Lesk was taking a hell of a time with the luggage. He finished drying himself and went to the window to see if he was in view. He wanted a change of clothing. He could see up and down the street, but there was no sign of Lesk. He was turning back into the room when he saw 2 figures turn the corner below him and walk past the hotel on the opposite side in front of Madame Delatty's French cafe. It was David and some woman. Then he gasped and pressed his face to the glass. Christ, he said aloud. He hammered on the glass, but they did not hear him. He tried to open the windows, but the frame was warped and it stuck. He grabbed his clothes and dressed quickly. Then he ran down the stairs. But by the time he reached the street, they had gone. You all right, sir? The desk clerk said, for Jack's face had become blotchy and he was panting. Yeah, I'm all right. Slowly, he climbed the stairs to his suite. Lily, he thought. God, what a wonderful surprise. He wondered how long she had been in Kimberley, how long she was staying. From what he had seen of her, she looked just as lovely as he could remember. Lily. Lisk came in and decided what he would do. He would fetch Jewel now, today, and get that settled. And then his mind leaped into the future. Lily in Kimberley. It would be like the old days. Get out and get a trap, he told Lisk. Not from the mine. Get it at livery stables. I don't want a groom. I'll handle it myself. And he did indeed. How many pages? How many pages for me to do? It's up to you. Yeah. Oh, I don't know about that. The afternoon sun was high in the sky and beat down on him as the trap moved slowly across the desert. He was wearing a light cotton suit, but even so the heat was oppressive, and he could feel the sweat running down his neck, softening his collar. Again the thought of Portuguese Place made him apprehensive, and he touched the flask of whiskey at his feet as though its presence gave him confidence. He tried to think of Lily, but each time he did so, she was replaced in his imagination by Jewel. Who in turn was replaced by the implacable figure of Susan. This had once been a journey of pleasure and anticipation for him. Ever since he had helped Franz Dalport with the pump, the farm and the Dalports had been special to him in a way which no other place or family had been. He had ruined that relationship just as he seemed to ruin everything he touched. He was caught by a spasm of self-pity. If only Lily had not left. If only they had stayed together. Everything would have been different now. Was it too late to start again? To take up where they had left off? He had never stopped loving her. He remembered the Sunday mornings in a shack when she had taught him to read and write, and he had watched her going about her household chores. It was as though they had been a man and wife then. It had been a wonderful time, the best of times. Everything had been so simple then, but now he thought of the office overlooking Trafalgar Square, the estate in Sussex, the house in Park Lane, of Mary and a circle, and David and Jewel and Michael and Violet. Everything was so complex now. He had not meant life to become like this. You dug up a diamond, you sold it, you got the money, you spent the money. It was a straight, uncluttered line. How had it all begun? He heard the bullet strike before he heard the sound of the shot. It struck the road in front of the horse, causing it to rear and jerk. Then came the crack and the whine of the ricochet in one. The horse stopped dead, its ears flat against its head. Jack looked from side to side, but the desert was empty. Nothing moved in the shimmering afternoon heat. And then a line of horsemen rode out from behind a rock knoll. For a second he thought of whooping up the horse, but each rider carried a gun, and he could see the bandoliers of bullets glinting in the sunlight. There were a dozen or 15 of them, and they stopped in a semicircle around the trap. They were of different ages, ranging between 17 and 50. Most wore beards, and even the youngsters had fluff on their chins. One or two faces were familiar. They wore a variety of soft felt hats, many with feathers in the hat bands. Some wore double bandoliers, some single slung from the left shoulder, coming down under the right arm, leaving the right shoulder free for the rifle butt. They looked tough and hard, and the rifles they held were new Mausers. Who were they? Rebel Boers? A raiding party? A criminal gang? They sat their horses in a silence broken only by the creaking of saddle leather and the jingle of bridles as the animals sawed at the reins. Jack looked closely at the leader. "You're Helmut Lessing's son, aren't you?" he said. "Yes." The bearded man sat loosely in the saddle, his feet in long stirrups, the rifle balanced easily on the pommel. "You're Mr. Farson." "If you know me, why did you fire?" "To stop you." "What the hell do you mean by that? You have no right to stop anyone." The anger came again on a gust of acid wind. "I don't know what you're playing at, but I'm going through." He raised the whip and was about to cut the horse when the riders closed up, not menacing, but simply making it impossible for the chap to move. "My daughter is at Portuguese Place," Jack said. "I'm going to fetch her." "Your daughter is safe with Aunt Susan. Nothing will happen to her." "How the hell do you know that?" "I'm telling you." "And who are you to tell me? What is this, some criminal gang sent out to frighten travelers?" Lessing shrugged, spoke a few sentences in Dutch to the man at his side, and then he said, "Get down. Follow me." The two of them walked across the burning desert, watched by the other man, Lessing leading his horse, Jack walking behind. They climbed to the top of the rocky knoll. They could see for miles. Lessing handed Jack a pair of new German prismatic glasses. "There." Jack focused. Immediately, what had been invisible on the rough surface of the desert became clear. He saw field guns and horses, men standing to arms, and, when told to look in another direction, tents, more guns, more horses, more riders. Jesus, he said. Lessing led his horse back down the hillock. He turns the truck around. The war you people wanted has started, he said. Kimberly is cut off. One day soon we will come in and blow up your damned mines. Meantime, stay in town. If we see you on the road again, we will shoot you. He lashed at the horse's quarter, and Jack had only time to grab the reins before he found himself racing back along the track in the direction of Kimberly. Oh. Done. Oh my goodness. I'll continue tomorrow. Okay. Bye.